Hello, everybody. This is Blueberry Tart, and I'm very, very happy to be here with Muse, the gaming Muse. Would you like to say hi to everybody?
Hello.
Thank you so much for coming on the stream.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. I very much appreciate it. I saw your documentary on Silent Hill 1, and the like 2-hour documentary on Silent Hill. I don't know if I've ever watched a 2-hour documentary on a game before. I was riveted by it. It was so incredibly thorough work, really excellent work. I have I have a command set to ! Muse. We'll call up a link to his YouTube channel. If you'd like to check it out, I highly recommend it. It's very good work. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do?
Sure. I have been a YouTuber for about, 10, 11 years now. And for a long time have been really focused on Silent Hill. I'm best known for the Silent Hill Symbolism series. I explore lore and literature connections, that kind of thing. More recently, I've been getting into more diverse horror games and doing research into how they're made, who made them, and the stories behind their creation.
When you say diverse horror games, you mean like you've diversified out of Silent Hill, or like a specific?
Yes.
Gotcha. So what games have you been looking into?
Right now, I just put up a game for Kodelka, which is the prequel to the Shadowheart series on PS2. Very little known horror RPG from 1999. That was fascinating.
There's a prequel to Shadowhearts?
Yes, and very few people played it, unfortunately. It's a fascinating game, but it had a rough time when it first came out.
Wow. I didn't even know it existed. I like Shadowhearts.
Oh, a lot of people don't know it existed. It's a really great game.
What's it on?
PS1, and it's not too hard to emulate. It is expensive to buy. It's about $100 last time I saw it.
Ain't that just everything's so expensive in the like retro games collection market right now, though?
Yeah,
it's outrageous. I was having trouble emulating Fatal Frame. I was like, I'll just buy a copy of Fatal Frame for the stream. Whatever, it's my job. And I was like, $175. I was like,
yeah, no.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I had a very generous stream viewer donated a copy of Illbleed to the stream, like a physical copy of it.
Nice.
Yeah, and I feel like I have to keep it in like plexiglass now.
Airtight case.
Yeah, because I had just like I didn't realize how expensive games had gotten. I would just like had it recommended to me, and I was like, oh, this game is cool. And someone was like, oh, I have that. I'll send it to you. And I got it, and everybody was like, you better be careful with that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll keep it under glass or something.
The most expensive one I've ever touched. If you ever heard of the game Kuon for PS2?
Yes.
Yeah, I touched one in a game store once. It was for $800.
Is that the FromSoft horror game?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my!
One of the probably most expensive PS2 games at this point, I would think.
Wow. I mean, I can't imagine what would cost more than that on the PS2. That's insane. I didn't realize that had gotten up that much. Have you played that one?
Yes, emulated, all these things.
Oh, of course. So some of these are just like not feasible not to emulate right now.
Kuon, there's no way. It's just, I love the game. I just can't, I have bills to pay.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be like, not only does it have to be your job to collect these games to get that, it has to be like a lucrative job.
Yes,
unless you're like, I don't know, like unless you're like stop skeletons from fighting or something, where it's like, all right, I literally have to buy these so I keep having an income. I can't imagine being able to afford some of these games right now. It's such a shame.
Yeah.
But you know, at the end of the day, my Super Nintendo collection from my childhood is now worth a retirement, so I guess it's something.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I went full digital in the last year or so and sold all my physical games. And I mean, I had Haunting Ground, I had all the Silent Hill games, I had all the Fatal Frame games.
Whoa.
I made a pretty penny off that.
I bet.
Didn't even, I probably undersold them for what they're going for now because the prices are nuts, but.
Yeah.
You know.
But I mean, hey, like, how much did you pay for them originally? Probably not nearly as much as you got.
I got Fatal Frame 2 at Walmart for $15. I'm not too worried.
Whereas like Fatal now, if you try to get Fatal Frame 2, they have to take your hand. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And when I got it was not during the PS2 era. It was the PS3 era, and this was a country town Walmart where I was on vacation, and they just had one PS2 game that had apparently like fallen under a shelf or something. And I was like, yeah, Fatal Frame.
Wow. Yeah, really? No kidding.
Yeah.
God, that's so good. My crowning one is still from my childhood, where I bought a copy of Secret of Mana for the Super Nintendo for $3 at a yard sale.
Amazing.
I feel really good about that one to this day. It's, I like barely remember it, but it's seared into my brain, picking it up and realizing it was $3 and just like nervously walking it over and hoping like it wasn't like a mistake or something. Oh God. That's so good. So what's your most recent video on, if you don't mind me asking?
Kodelka's the one I just finished.
Oh, okay.
Before that, I did 3 on Silent Hill. Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 4 should go up on Halloween.
Ooh.
All together, it'll be about 10 hours of good history on the series. I will do the rest eventually. Just gonna take a little break.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of the original 4 Team Silent ones, which one is your personal favorite?
I really love 4.
4?
It's just so weird. It's weird and out there. I just really love it. It's so strange.
I've played 4 in my youth and I really liked it. I remember getting the demo disc out of like a PlayStation magazine before Silent Hill 4 had come out. And you exit the room and then you're like in the apartment and it's all in first person. The TV is on in the beginning and it's making the static sound. And I stepped out of my room and I heard the static sound. I'm a child. I was like, this is too scary. I know what the static sound means in Silent Hill. And I just like stopped playing it. I was too scared. I came back to it years later to beat it. It's such a fun game. It's so bizarre.
It is. It's very frightening. Yeah, as chat saying Silent Hill 2 isn't my favorite. Blasphemy.
2 is probably... I think 2 is the best one narratively, but I don't know if it's the best game. It's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. That's an entirely fair thing to say because it is the last, to get into the history, it's the last time that the team both had the finances to make what they wanted and the freedom to make what they wanted.
Yeah.
Other than, Silent Hill 1 was a much kind of smaller, less experienced team.
Yeah.
Silent Hill 3 onward, they had trouble in the background.
Yeah. Well, and Silent Hill 1 didn't even start off as a Silent Hill game, right? I learned this from your video.
Yes. It was originally going to be basically the director, Keishiro Toyama, was very young. He was like 24, 25 at the time, and it was his first job as a director. And he was very self-conscious, very afraid of writing his own narrative. Mm-hmm. So his idea was, well, let's just adapt a Western book into a video game. And 3 big ones came up. There was a Matheson, maybe a Kuntz, and a Stephen King, The Mist.
Yes.
And of the 3, his producer said, well, Stephen King is famous, so do that one.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how they started, and they spent a good maybe half a year to a year on this demo of a Stephen King adaptation, which they could never get the rights to, and eventually Toyama was like, okay, I think this is holding us back, and I've got to try and start from scratch and write something original. And luckily, his producer said, go for it, and that's how we got Silent Hill.
That's so wild. That's so cool.
Yeah.
God. It's like, I think I watched in one of your videos that there was a sort of a change in leadership that facilitated that or something? Like above him?
A change in the producer, actually.
That's it, yes.
It was, it's a little confusing because, there's producers, there's wildly different types of producers. There's, at the time, Konami was divided into development groups, and Silent Hill was under Development Group 6, and director Haruki was the director of Development Group 6. He was the guy that assigned him to what was called Project Horror, or horror game, I can't remember entirely.
Was it Horror Adventure? Something like that?
I don't know.
It had an extremely generic development name.
Okay.
I learned this from you.
It was Horror Adventure, yes. Look, my brain is ADHD is hell. It fades in and out.
I understand.
So yeah, Haruki eventually got promoted to the board of directors at a different group, and Gozo Kitao came in, and he was producer for the first game and a couple of other big Konami games at the time.
That's so wild. What else was he producer for?
Shadow of Destiny, which is what I'm actually working on right now. A very weird old kind of adventure game. It's horror adjacent, but it's not exactly a horror game. But I really love it. I recommend it highly.
Which one is that?
It is a PS2 title where you play as a guy named Ike who dies over and over again, and you have to, basically every time you die, you end up in this space where it's like, hey, you died, you should, like, not do that, and it sends you back, and you have to kind of play this game of time loops to solve your own murder. It's directed and produced by the character artist from Suikoden.
I was about to ask what Xena said in the chat. Is that the game that Charles Martinet was a voice actor in shortly before Nintendo trapped him in like a crystal prison to only come out and voice Mario like every couple of years?
Yes, and he plays the the twink,
like an effeminate little boy, yeah.
A very cool character.
I mean, yeah. I am certainly inclined to agree.
And Gist of Spirit mentions it had different titles per region. That was because, unfortunately, the title they wanted, Day of Walpurgis, which is a reference to Faust, the whole thing is a Faust kind of story. Shortly before they were able to wrap up their game, a different game in Japan called Night of Walpurgis, a sex game, came out with that title, and they said, no, we can't have this. We have to name it something else.
The idea of like a Faustian arrow game is like melting my brain right now.
Yes, amazing. Someone should. It has to exist, right?
I mean, it certainly does. It would be called that. Shadows of Destiny would be called that if it didn't. So.
Yeah. And then I think it was Shadow of Destiny first, and then she really liked that. That was American name, and then that it didn't work copyright-wise elsewhere, so Shadow of Memories in Japan and Europe, I think.
Gotcha. It's like the Biohazard thing, how like Biohazard was copyrighted by the 80s thrash metal band in America, and so we got Resident Evil. God. That's, I'm just laughing at the idea of that being the name of an arrow game.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, it's not exactly a name that, like, to a Western audience inspires eroticism.
No.
Like,
no,
oh, you know what really, like, gets me going? It's like the works of Faust.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That seems to be pretty common over there to just, like, have a big titty woman on top of, like, an occult witch book, and it's like, Witches of Tomorrow's Darkness, and then it's just a sex game.
Really? Okay, I didn't realize that. See, this is why I'm glad to have you on, is you have this knowledge. I'm already learning. That's so awesome. Let's pop the game up on the stream so everyone can see it. We'll get started on doing some gaming while we talk.
Yeah.
We, of course, are playing Silent Hill 3. We're working our way through at least the Team Silent core ones. I haven't decided yet if we're going to go through the later era ones. Everybody is, like, begging and pleading me not to. But I've never played...
blasphemous.
Yeah. As everyone's telling me, they're like, you must not do this. And I was like,
I am the person that the Silent Hill fans love to disagree with because I defend every game. I think every one of them has something fun and entertaining in it. Sure, they are not all works of art, but I've never had a bad time playing them. And I put all of them above half the horror games out there. Like, of course, there's some, like, Fatal Frame, you know, classics out there that are fantastic. But if you think about the deluge of bad horror games we get, most Silent Hill games are solid.
Well, that was what surprised me, because I was like, you know, I'm going to do a little research on the critical reception of these later Silent Hill games to understand why everyone says they're so bad. And the thing that blew my mind was they were all, like, averaging, like, 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
In their scores, like, which is, like... If it wasn't a Silent Hill property, plenty of 7 out of 10 horror games in their era go on to be cult classics. Like, we played Illbleed so many times on this stream, and Illbleed, if you were to release it, would be like a 3 or 4 out of 10 in like a traditional sense. But it's great, like a great game if you love like camp and weird horror games. And so I always wonder if those later Silent Hill games would have more of a cult following if they weren't Silent Hill games.
I think, well, yes, I think some of them would have been liked more if Silent Hill hadn't been on the title. I think Homecoming in particular is disliked a lot for some of the things it does with the gameplay, and I think if it had just been a generic horror game, people would have loved it.
Is Homecoming the one where you're like way stronger than usual?
Yeah, there's a lot of combat. And honestly, it's not a horrible combat system, but there's no easy mode.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I never play Silent Hill in hard difficulty modes. That's not my thing. And I think that put off a lot of people.
Gotcha. Oh, there's no
Yeah.
difficulty modes at all, or is it just normal and hard?
I think it's just hard and harder.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. That's one way
Yeah.
to do it. So it's like the Doom Eternal system, I say.
Yeah, it was the most action of the series, and it suffered a little for that. But it's still got some cool shit in it.
Yeah.
I think it's the weakest of the series, and I would still say play it. It's got a really cool cult with some fucked up parents
Mhm.
and some awesome boss fights. The main character is a piece of paper that you could replace with a cardboard cutout, and you would be fine. But everything else is pretty cool.
Yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, I had a viewer who was one of the playtesters on that. And
That's
he was
amazing.
saying, like, during development, everyone was like, you can't put an iframe roll in the Silent Hill game. And they're like, no, we must.
That's, oh man, you got call me, dude. Text me, beat me. I want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll reach out and get in contact with him for you. I'll send him your way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for more behind the scenes information on game development, especially Silent Hill. I'm working on the later ones, but funny enough, I have the least on Homecoming at the moment.
Yeah, Homecoming is that the one that released after 4? Like
It is-
chronologically?
I believe it was the sixth one.
6th one, okay.
The first one that came out after the first 4 was Origins, and I honestly think it's the reason that the later games have a bad rap, because it had the worst development hell. It was literally, they closed down the studio that was making it and sent it to a new studio in another country because that studio was being managed so poorly. And like, by the time the second team got it, all the cutscenes were made, all the resources were made, all the money was gone. They had to write a script from scratch to fit all this stuff that already existed. It was a mess. Like, and it was a prequel to the series, so you're touching on the first game and nostalgia.
Mhm.
It was never gonna go over well because of the way it was made. And then
Yeah.
that set the tone. Oh, the Western games are bad, you know?
Well, it's also like, it's never a good sign when you switch a game to a different studio mid-development.
Oh,
it
the story.
kind of just means you're making a new game, you know?
I've made a video about it. I'm gonna make a more complete. This was before I started doing the documentary thing, but I just found what was going on so fascinating. I made a like half-hour video a month or when I like last Halloween probably. Excuse me. And it is there's early demos and trailers and things that you can see from the first studio where you can just see this is not Silent Hill at all. Like this is Resident Evil 4 with a bad paint job, and clearly these people don't know what they're doing. They're not, and it's just, there's a lot of articles and stuff from the time of the people in the company coming out and saying, yeah, they are on fire. They are falling apart from the inside. It was a mess.
Well, it's like, that's a problem a lot of horror games in that era suffered from too, is being a RE4 with a bad paint job. Like, it was hard to find something that wasn't RE4 for a while. And it was like, I always consider that kind of like the dark age of horror gaming.
Yeah.
It was just like, I mean, if you liked action third-person shooters, it was a great time to be a gamer. But if you liked games that you actually felt scared in, it was pretty slim pickings in like the Xbox 360 to like, I guess like late Xbox to like early Xbox One kind of era, mostly through the 360 area. It was just like really rough for horror media.
Well, the problem, and you see this begin in the PS1 era, it was so cheap to make games on PS1.
Yes.
In the early 90s, like you could have a team of 10 make a game for nothing. And so you get a lot of really experimental, weird games, especially a lot of weird horror games or horror-like, that when you go into the PS2 era, you start to see all these very rare PS2 horror games because they were all so expensive. They all did not sell enough because the amount they needed to make money was so much higher. And so when you get to the PS3 era, I feel like all horror went action because that was the easiest way to try and appeal to a bigger audience to make the money they needed to make any money at all.
Yeah.
And so, like, Dead Space is what I think of. Like, that's a good horror game from that era.
Oh, yeah, totally.
But a lot of other stuff could not make the action balance where, like Silent Hill struggled with that. Fatal Frame was still around, but I mean, it was on its hands and knees struggling through that era so bad. I'm
Yeah,
kind of amazed that it's still here today.
absolutely.
I love that series.
Ah, man.
Can I tell you about Fatal Frame director Makoto Shibata and how he is in love with ghosts?
I would absolutely love for you to tell us that. That sounds like exactly the kind of thing we like to hear here.
Makoto Shibata would like to kiss a ghost. He loves them, and in interviews he talks about them constantly in a way that sounds like he thinks that the ghosts are his waifu.
Oh, that
He
rules.
often does. Oh man, he does interviews with his producer Kisuke Kikuchi, where like the interviewer will ask, "Which one's the scariest ghost?" And Kikuchi will say, "The one with the long hair, like the female, the broken neck from the first game." And Shibata will go, "Oh yeah, she's pretty hot. What do you think? Should you get with her?" And Kikuchi's like, "That is not what I said. Like that's not what."
Yes.
And it makes so much sense when if you've played the games and you know the plot and things that happen to certain characters. It's like, oh, that's why, because the director would really like to kiss a ghost.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good though. I love. That's the perfect
Yes.
kind of guy to develop a game like that.
He is so fantastic.
And well, I think it's such a good fit because I feel like horror as a genre already walks a very like even just the nature of like seeking out things to scare you kind of walks a weirdly psychosexual line in the first place.
Yes.
So it's like kind of the perfect person to develop a horror game like that, especially something dealing with like non-physical threats, more abstract or spiritual stuff like that. It's like perfect.
Yeah, when you're trying to play and like when you're seeking out horror, you are kind of wanting it. You desire it.
Yes.
You know, kind of the Hellraiser thing.
Yes, exactly. Which God, I need to see the new Hellraiser.
I haven't watched it yet either.
Everyone's
I've been reading the
saying
books.
everyone is saying it's like 13 Ghosts from 2002 if it was a good movie.
Oh, and 13 Ghosts was at least entertaining.
Yes. Well, 13 Ghosts is a movie that has like great set design and great
Yeah.
monster design.
And then it's like, wow, what's happening?
Yeah, they don't quite implement it as well as they should have, but like the trappings around it were good. So like that concept really appeals to me. Like, oh, okay. So it's like good 13 Ghosts because like I wanted to like 13 Ghosts so bad because it's so visually stunning. You know?
It is. It's fine. It doesn't quite reach the
but
the,
like
the
you
high
know,
tier.
How many pieces of horror media like out there never deliver on the quality of their design work? You know, I feel like that's the always the problem.
That's the curse.
Absolutely. I think that we're gonna try to do the Fatal Frame soon too. Are they all worth it? Should I go through those sequentially, or is there like highlights?
I have played the first 3.
Okay.
And I will say the third is the best, but that you will love it most if you have played them all in order. Because they're not connected directly, but the third one brings in other characters from other games and ties them together in a really emotional way. It's just great.
Oh, that would be awesome. I will absolutely check that out.
That game really got to me. It's really good. And it actually has like an adult female character who had like a spouse, I think, and you know, not like a 16-year-old girl for once.
Which like frankly you rarely get. Like
rarely.
You get like adult man or teen girl, and those are your main options for horror games. Very rarely do you get anything else besides those two. If you get a young boy, it's a game for children, and if you get an adult woman, the game doesn't exist usually. Like unfortunately.
There's action games, but not horror.
Yeah.
For some reason, like, the action girl exists in action games, but it hasn't gotten to horror games, even though we've had, like, Buffy and all these other horror girls in movies.
Yeah, like, the only one that springs to mind for me is Eternal Darkness, Silicon Knights Eternal Darkness and Requiem, which is a great game, of course. But it certainly has been a very long time since that came out, you know?
I would recommend the D series, which I don't know if you've heard of. The first one you can play on PC.
Yes, I'm aware of them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one where the director snuck like a cannibalism subplot in, like after like he handed in one version of it that he censored, and then he had the other one sent off to print. Yeah.
Yes, he is a hero. The world lost a great man when he passed.
Yeah, God bless.
The two sequels to that game are also fantastic, and they're all basically kind of adult woman character who is named Laura because he had this like idea of a digital actress. So it's the same model, but not the same character necessarily.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, and Enemy Zero is a horror game in space where you cannot see the monsters. You have to hear the chime they make and get away from them that way.
Oh, is he responsible for Enemy Zero as well?
Yeah, it's one of the trilogy.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was part of the D trilogy.
Yeah.
Is that
it goes
D3,
D,
I guess?
Enemy Zero, D2.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's a wild ride.
Yeah, Enemy Zero is like on my short list of like, as I'm sure you know, since you said you do your fair share of emulating, the Sega Saturn's internals are like an absolute mess. And so it's a pain to emulate.
I've only gotten to play Enemy Zero because my cousin and former roommate, great guy, is a games collector. He has a huge library, and he had Enemy Zero, and we popped it out and played it, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, we're going to buy a Saturn for the stream simply because like it's the only one that you can't. And I really want to do Deep Fear on stream. If you remember that one.
Not heard much of it. I know the game, but I've not heard much about it.
Oh, it's like a early Resident Evil like type game where you're in a submarine and there's like an oxygen meter. But of course, you know, when you shoot a gun, it's like a hammer hits a thing and it explodes and the bullet flies out, right? So every time you pull your trigger, some of that oxygen is consumed by the firing of the gun. Because the mechanism that shoots the gun burns up a little bit of the oxygen in the air. Yeah, it's really cool. It's also got, you know, the trademark terrible early Resident Evil voice acting. But it also, one of the guys in it is doing what I can only describe as like a gay camp voice for his voice acting.
Amazing.
I think it's a riot, personally. But I also love like Harvester and stuff like that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really want to get that one on at some point, but as you know, the Sega Saturn is like, they made a 2D console and just kind of like stacked chips on top of it until it could play 3D. And so it's like terribly difficult to emulate. It doesn't even draw like the right, like most things draw like, their smallest thing they draw is like triangles. Its driver draws like tetrahedrons as the smallest thing. Which is like, I'm sure at the time was very cool and innovative, but now it makes it like impossible for any computer that exists to run it.
To work with, yeah.
Yeah, to run their games, because they like, it fundamentally draws polygons in a different way than anything else ever made.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
So we've been working our way through Silent Hill 3 right now. I haven't seen your documentary on that one. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the development of it?
Sure.
Yeah, lay it on us.
What you have to understand about Silent Hill 3 is that when Silent Hill 2 came out, it was basically considered a failure, which is a real shame for a lot of reasons. So after Silent Hill 1 was so huge, and I mean huge, it made about $300,000 in Japan alone, I believe, which is very big for Japan.
Yes.
So the people behind this game kind of got the green light to like do something else with this. This is fantastic.
Yes.
Keiichiro Toyama, the director of the first game, was very young and very inexperienced, and he felt like his inexperience had hurt the game, and he felt very depressed, very down, and you know, just hard on himself, and ended up leaving Konami because he felt like he needed to, I guess, get a new start. He would go to Sony and eventually rediscover his creativity, and eventually would create Siren with two former Silent Hill team members. Naoko Sato and Isao Takahashi would kind of be the pillars of the first Siren game. But back at home, 3 of the members of the original first Silent Hill team, the very earliest, which was a team of 4 people. 3 of them were left, and the decision had to be made who was going to be director. For a little while, it was the programmer Imamura who had been on the original team, but the game got very big very fast. The original team had been between 10 to 20 people. Silent Hill 2 got to 60 to 70.
Oh, wow.
It got so huge. So already in the midst of its development, they changed directors. And Imamura became producer, and Masashi Tsubayama became director. They had a huge budget. They decided, you know, we're going to send our artists to America to look at real American faces and draw real American people. He created his own CG studio and brought 3 employees with him. They lived in America for months. They had the motion capture for Silent Hill 2, which I don't know if Silent Hill 1 did. I presume it did, but there's no actual record or mention of it anywhere. And Silent Hill 2, they didn't just do mocap. They acted the entire game out on a stage, like it was a performance.
Like it was a stage show?
Yes, all the actors were present for the scenes.
Okay.
They had, you know, the team recording it so that later they could look back at the record. Like, it was a really expensive project. So what happened is that it sold well. It sold on par with the first game.
Okay.
About, I think, like 1.5 million by the end of its first or second year. Most of those sales were in America. Its Japanese sales dropped by almost, I think, 2/3. Japanese fans hated this game.
That was something that blew my mind when I watched your documentary, by the way.
Yes, they hated Silent Hill 2. I think over time it's kind of faded, but like if you were a Silent Hill developer and you went online to Japanese forums, what you saw was a fan base that hated your game because it was not actually a sequel and it didn't have any of the original characters from the first game. And they were like, well, what happened to Harry and the girl and like what happened to the cult and all that?
Yeah.
And to understand, Japan had this like huge explosion in the 70s and 80s of cults and the occult, Western occultism, because of basically this book of prophecies by Nostradamus got translated into Japanese, and the Japanese people kind of thought it was true, or at least enough people were interested in this book that suddenly there was this huge craving for occultism, and so people, you know, the Ghost Files type of TV shows started coming out. Like, for 30 years, Japan was really inundated with occultism, so Silent Hill 1's popularity had a lot to do with the fact that it was really Western occultism at its heart, and Silent Hill 2 wasn't all.
Yeah,
So,
it's like gone. That like the imagery is all gone from Silent Hill 2.
they purposefully said they wanted to get away from it and just kind of tell a moving and deep story, which they did.
Yeah,
but
absolutely succeeded, in my opinion. But I also get, if you're looking for that, it certainly does not deliver that thing.
I think the greatest problem was saying it was Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
I think they would have, if it had been a Silent Hill subtitle, I think it would have been easier to approach it as another story in the universe.
Yeah.
But I think, too, people thought it was going to continue the story. And they asked that question a lot in interviews leading up to the game. But that's what left them at Silent Hill this point, saying, okay, well, we pissed off everybody. We made money, but not as much as the company wanted. So our budget's been cut. We wanted to, you know, make something unique and different, but fans were kind of feeling left in the dark. So we got to do something. And they actually started and pitched Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 at the same time. And
yeah, because didn't 4 not start development as a Silent Hill game?
So this is the rumor. And the origin of this rumor is a poorly translated interview in a magazine article where Tsubayama, who was producer on 4 and director on 2, I believe, basically he kind of joked in a way that made it sound like, oh yeah, it wasn't Silent Hill 4 originally. But no, the difference was it was going to be Silent Hill subtitle. It was going to be like The Room, quote, Silent Hill.
Gotcha.
Like, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't going to be number 4. But the interview translation made it really vague and kind of made it sound like, oh, it wasn't going to be Silent Hill game.
Yeah.
And I think that's how that started spreading online, especially because a lot of people also didn't like that game when it came out at the time. Unfortunately, because I like it. I think it's weird.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that's always such a thing for video game rumors, too, is like the mistranslation. Like, there was a similar thing with Hidetaka Miyazaki, the developer of Dark Souls, where somebody asked him about, like, oh, you know, your games are kind of like Zelda. And what the translation got back to America for a lot of people was like, you don't compare my games to those. But what more accurate translation was actually like, well, shucks, I don't know if you can compare my games to Zelda.
Yeah,
wow.
being humble.
Yeah, exactly. But like the exact opposite like way that was, you know, like the tone was lost in the translation. And I feel like there's so much of that that like.
Especially because I feel like in Japanese, you often don't say, like, what's said isn't exactly what's meant.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of context. You know? Yeah.
What do you mean, if you don't mind me asking, as someone who does not speak Japanese?
I know very little, and I'm still learning it. But like, often there's this kind of like, if you know you're trying to hand somebody something, like you're giving them a gift or something, and it's like, oh no, like you have to be very humble and very, I don't, I don't deserve this gift.
Yeah.
But it's part of the kind of process of, I have to be humble and polite and not demanding, but I'm gonna accept this gift because that would be rude, but I can't say that because,
Yes. Yeah, I have to walk a line where I'm like acting like, oh shucks, I don't deserve this, but also I will take, it's like,
yeah,
you have to kind of, yeah, I get that. You have to kind of play both sides as far as the humility goes.
you have to be very polite.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, so Silent Hill 3 started in a kind of a rut already.
Yeah.
They had kind of shot themselves in the foot already and lost some of their budget, some of their freedom, because now they kind of felt like they had to tell a sequel.
Yeah.
They had been talking around Silent Hill 2. They brought in, which this was a very strange thing for its time as well. They actually brought in the English translator, whose name escapes me. Let me Google that. They brought in the American who was translating for them to kind of say, hey, we want some info on Americans, and he became part of the writing team. He actually worked with the writer to write the story itself, and they kind of used him as a, what would Americans find frightening, or what would Americans find inappropriate, as a kind of sound. Jeremy Blostein, that was his name. He translated so much. Metal Gear, Suikoden, I think, Dragon Quest, lots of stuff.
Wow, okay.
But he was really involved in Silent Hill 2, and one of the topics they wanted to talk about was abortion, and he said, you can't do that. Americans don't want to talk about that. They don't like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that was the starting point here, where they'd had ideas to do some kind of story around abortion and sex and hadn't explored it in 2, and then they needed to do a sequel to the first game because fans wanted it. I think those two ideas merged, and we got the premise for Silent Hill 3.
Yeah, which I think I think all of the like almost like combination of both phallic and yonic imagery in 3 I think actually works very well with the plot they ended up going with. But you can tell that maybe it was not the initial plan.
Like, it feels like it was, I don't know, like, it's really a solid story, but it does feel a little undercut by the fact that there's a lot you're missing if you didn't play the first game. And I went into this game, I had not played the first game. I was like 15, I saw a horror game with a girl on it, I bought it.
Yeah.
And I really still enjoyed it so much. It moved me so much. But I think there is definitely an argument to be made that it would have been stronger if they'd just been able to tell the kind of abortion story they wanted to tell without connecting it to the first game.
Oh, yeah. And, like, I feel like they already pushed such a line in 2, and a way that I think is what makes it so engaging and long-living is, like, to structure a game around making you empathize with a person who is not really a good person, but in a way that is also treated gray, I think is excellent. But it is also the kind of thing that will get people to be mad at you.
Yes. And they actually had multiple different ideas for the second and I think third games. And it may have been the third game that they said it was an even worse, darker concept, darker than anything they'd come up with, but they shelved it for later. And I'm like, what was it? You can't just say that.
The game that kills you in real life, yeah.
Yeah.
God, that's... Yeah, and now you want to know, right? Oh, man, I can only imagine. Because it's not exactly like they didn't release a dark game.
Yeah. Especially for its time.
Oh, yeah. Figure this is the big era of, like, Jack Thompson and the ESRB came around and, quote unquote, Hillary Clinton's gonna come take your video games. And it was really quite like a fever pitch about, like, who video games were supposed to be for.
Yeah. It was that way in Japan as well, in a different way, because Japan, unfortunately, going back way too much history, there was this very big push in like the 70s, 60s against the college system in Japan, because it was kind of like in America where we had all the like anti-war protests, anti-Vietnam protests. They had really big protests on college campuses where the students closed the campuses down.
Yes.
And the Japanese government said, well, fuck, we can't have that happen again. Let's make all primary school like hell on earth and make it so that it's so disciplined they'll never disobey us again. And suddenly teen suicide, depression, and knife violence rose very highly, and everyone said, I wonder why that happened. And
ain't that just the way?
Yes. Unfortunately, in the 90s, there were quite a few very major child-upon-child crimes that led to a tightening on what you could have in video games, because, of course, video games were named the problem.
Oh, of course.
Obviously.
I mean, what else could it have been?
Yeah.
No, certainly it was not our fault. It must be something else.
And that's why Silent Hills, the first game, had the children monsters with knives that were made into not children monsters with knives in Japan, because that was way too close. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that on street. Like, they were like a more mole-like almost creature with like bladed claws. You see that monster appear like once in the American version. They like use the model.
They're kind of creepier. But it sucks that that's why, that happened.
Yeah. Man, I can't imagine doing that part where you're in the kindergarten cop school and like it's not the children with the knife. I feel like that's the whole point. But I guess
like metaphoric, like the meaning of the monster is definitely lost when you change it, but I see why it happened. Twilight Syndrome, which I don't think is a game that came out of Japan.
I learned about this from watching one of your documentaries. Could you tell us about that? Because it's on my short list of games to.
Oh, it looks so cool.
This stream is like a collaboration between me and somebody who knows a lot about tech stuff to like pull weird games out of the depths and showcase them. And I'd really like to do that one. So I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Someone is working on the translation, and I don't know how close they are to finishing it, but I've seen on the people posting about it that it's in the works. It was a game in the Moonlight Syndrome series, which is kind of like, I think it merges like, maybe not dating sim, but kind of like life sim, going to school stories where you solve mysteries or something. And Twilight Syndrome went really dark with it, where it's like this murder mystery. And it gets really strange. There's supernatural elements. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, it ends in the most wild way of, like, kind of characters just dying and going insane and these ghosts murdering people. And, like, there's literally a scene where a school child stabs another one with a knife and drags the body off. And, like, this game got a lot of its, censorship attention at the time. It was
I bet.
A subject of discussion.
I had never heard about this, but I remember what happened to Rule of Rose, so I certainly understand why that might have happened.
Yeah, Rule of Rose, oddly enough, I don't think suffered as bad in Japan as it did, like, in the global opinion, which is weird. Like, there was an Italian article all about how it was, like, a sin.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I don't know why. This one Italian gaming article, like, really hated this game.
That's so crazy. That's so wild. I guess maybe, like, by the time that was being released, obviously that was a little later than Silent Hill 1, and it was closer to, like, Columbine and whatnot, so people then we had our version of that here.
Yeah. Strawberry EP says sounds like a Suda51 game. It was. Twilight Syndrome was the last game he made with whatever company that was.
Really? That's wild.
Yeah, and then he left because I think they I guess restricted so much of what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he has a lot of opinions on what he wants to do. God. It's weird to think about Suda51 being a guy that works on some other game.
Yeah.
Well, because he has such an incredibly distinctive style. You could see a Suda51 game from a mile away, It's like you see a game and you're like, yeah, Hideo Kojima must have been the design, like, lead on this. I feel like Suda's the same way. He has an incredibly specific fingerprint, I guess you could say.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Monsieur Shock says he made the silver case afterward. Did he not make that when he went independent? I didn't realize he made that at a company whose name I forget.
Yeah, I was about to ask where he was working before that.
I'll have to look it up. Let's see here.
Oh, this is the weird guy that can appear sometimes when you die.
Section. Yes.
I don't know what triggers it, but I was doing prep for the stream one time, and I got killed on accident during it. And a cutscene happened, and this guy showed up, and then I tried to show it on stream, and I died in the same place, and it didn't happen. It was brutal.
Oh
God.
wow. Yeah, I
What a
don't know.
great
I think
design.
it's somewhat random, but
Yeah.
yeah, he is fantastic. And he was made by Masahiro Ito, who made all the monsters in 2, but didn't have the time in 3 because he was art director for 3. He didn't get to make everything.
Yeah.
But he made Voltiel to kind of be a connection to 2 because he is so much like Pyramid Head in kind of visual design.
Oh yeah.
Like they share some visual kind of starting points.
Yeah. Well, and it's also like the I follow Ito on Twitter because why wouldn't you? It's
Yes.
such a great
And
font
there's his
of
sexy
info.
nurse.
Yeah, and he like will talk about like his main structures for the characters are like either like body constrained or strange head.
Yeah.
And you can certainly see those basic tenets coming through on that guy.
Yeah. Oh, Voltiel's head is based on a BDSM full face mask. Confirmed by Masahiro Ito, who got into BDSM through German magazines in college. And that just explains so much about...
You can tell.
Yes.
Well, they're like the first monster that you encounter in Silent Hill 2 is like the thing that is like a bag that puffs up and it breathes the stuff at you. It's like it's not like it's just a bag though. Like you can see where arms would be, and it's like, oh no, this is a straitjacket. This is like the same design as like a fetish straitjacket.
Yeah, and the a lot of the nurses in the background of this game are drawn in really like my arms are bound behind my back and my back is arched kind of way.
Yes. You know? Yes. No, it's all very like pardon me, like predicament oriented kink stuff. Like like very explicitly so.
I mean, he's a very kinky art person.
Oh yeah.
Like he's kind of like Junji Ito, where like when you see him on Twitter, he's tweeting about like toast and I saw a cute kid on the subway. It was so, and then his art is like, bam.
Hideo Kojima is great because he's like one of the greatest video game auteurs of all time, and then you log into his Twitter, he's like, just watched Flubber, had a great time. It's so good. But yeah, Ito is like very interesting to me in that way, and like the it's kind of it makes a lot of sense how much clear influence from Hellraiser there is, knowing that because Hellraiser is already like the Western version of being so horny you're scared about it.
Yes, that is actually a confirmed source of influence. In the first game, Isao Takahashi was one of the, I believe he was the first artist to join the team, or at least was one of the earliest. He actually came from TV and commercials. He was not a game designer, but he liked Resident Evil so much he said, I think I'll make video games now. And
I heard that. That's so wild.
Yeah, Resident Evil, man, just changing lives.
It really did change the whole game, like, so incredibly thoroughly, which is so funny when you learn the development of that, where it's like Shinji Mikami's boss coming to him and being like, you're gonna make Resident Evil, and him being like, I do not want to do that. And you're like, we're gonna do it.
Just the stories are wild.
They just like took the most scaredy cat guy at their office and made him make a horror game. Like, you know about being scared, right, man?
Poor guy.
Hey, so it worked.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. So Isao Takahashi would eventually go to work on Siren, and on Siren he would say that Hellraiser is a movie that haunts him and is one of his greatest influences, and he really loves it. And when knowing that, Isao Takahashi designed the entire map of Silent Hill 1 and the Otherworld, all the outside Otherworld maps, including that first hallway you go through that ends in that body that's like skinned and hung on the wall.
God, what an incredible moment.
That's so Hellraiser.
Yes, it is directly like, please help me, I am in hell. Like
that whole scene in the hospital where the wall opens up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which literally happens in Hellraiser.
Yeah. So this part I should take a moment to say, because this is super cool. This was a program that was invented for Silent Hill 3.
This like effect here?
Yes. Hatakeda Norihito was a programmer who came to the team on 2 and actually built the entire engine for Silent Hill 2 in 6 months. He was the only person working on it. Yeah, he built it from scratch, because this was back when like PS2 had just come out and they didn't have any resources, so they had to build something. So for the third game, he'd kind of earned his stripes, and he felt like, well, I built the engine, so we have that, but I want to make something that's scary. How can I make programming frightening?
Can I ask you a quick question before you go on? It's just a quick question related to that. So, are the Silent Hills built on like a Konami-specific proprietary engine? Like they built the engine for it?
The first game was from the International Track and Field engine.
Yes, I learned that from your documentary. That yeah. And it's like the whole team was like a bunch of guys who did track and field game with it. The first couple like developers, yeah. Yeah,
the first 3 people to start on Silent Hill came from International Track and Field. And it was like because the water was gorgeous and the game was popular. Yeah. They were like, you 3 are talented. Have a horror game.
Yeah. Make us a Resident Evil, please.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, he programmed a thing that would let multiple textures move on top of each other in real time because he wanted it to be happening while you walked around. And it was like one of the coolest, most unique features of the game as they were advertising it and putting it together. I mean, it's amazing. It is so stunning, even to this day.
Absolutely. That was the thing that struck me as like, these games still look good.
Yeah. They've aged so well.
Yeah, and this is a thing that somebody, which I think is a very wise thing somebody said to me one time, is like, if your game has good art direction and a good style, it'll look good forever. If you try to make a game look as good as a game can and as realistic as a game can, it'll look bad in 5 years.
Yeah.
And I think that's really shows in Silent Hill where it's like, yeah, of course, like graphically it looked great for the time, don't get me wrong, as far as just like realism goes. But the distinctiveness of the art styles, like what really makes it so like have such longevity.
It's fantastic. And part of it is definitely how hard the art team went on this game. Like I said, for the second game, they also for the third game did all the motion capture and recorded all the motion capture, and so they'd go back and watch like the actors' faces and their fingers and things that were not caught on the mocap while they were drawing and animating the characters to kind of match it perfectly. Like, wow.
That's so cool. I love that. And Silent Hill 3, I've noticed, like, more than any of the other, like, at least compared to the first two, is packed with rooms like this one we're in, too, that are, like, pure vibes. Like, how about you enter a room and the reward in there is not an item or advancement, but literally just, like, vibes.
Vibes.
Yes, it's so good, though. I love it because the vibes are so immaculate.
You'll love 4. 4 has a lot of that.
I remember I played a little bit of 4 when I was younger, and I remember pretty much just one part of it because I was pretty young, and that's, as I'm sure most people remember, the face. The room with the face.
I was gonna say, like, that game is a lot of going into a random room and nothing important is in there, but there's a giant face staring at you accusingly.
Oh my god. I almost jumped out of my skin. Yeah. Oh god, yeah! And, like, it doesn't worry about, like, because they've embraced this dream logic thing so thoroughly, it doesn't worry too much if it's, like, a little goofy out of context or a little incongruous with the stuff around it. Because once you're in it, once you're immersed in it, it doesn't matter. You're along for the ride already, you know? They suck you in so well, but that by the time they start hitting you with the giant face wall, you're like, it's gonna hit. It's so good. It's so well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 4 is a really cool game. I think it's a shame that it got so hammered by so many of the fans, because I think it's actually very cool.
Yeah, it unfortunately, they wanted to experiment with what Silent Hill could be, and I think, again, using the number in the title was a mistake, because every time they do that, people expect just more of the same thing, and then when they don't get that, they get mad.
Yeah, it's like, Resident Evil 3 started off as, like, an unnumbered game. And you'll still, to this day, people will be like, well, 3 wasn't as good as 2. It's like, well, it wasn't supposed to be the sequel to 2.
Yeah, Code Veronica was supposed to be 3.
Yeah, and then they saw how the Saturn was doing, and they're like, oh, man, maybe not. God. Oh, man. Also, like, this room is actually a really good example of the other film that they very heavily influenced them, which is Jacob's Ladder, which is packed with rooms that look like this. The climax of Jacob's Ladder is just like 1,000 rooms that look like this.
Yes, and it is Masahiro Ito's favorite movie.
Yeah,
of all time.
I saw the thing. It's like, Who else was on the team who was also into it? Because they like met each other and connected on it when he started.
Yes, in the first game, Isao Takahashi, he and Masahiro Ito were like the two primaries on making the other world, and they had an entire night where they just talked about how Jacob's Ladder was the best ever.
Yeah, it was like one of them went to see it in theaters, and there was like nobody else there in Japan seeing this weird American psychological horror film.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a shame because it is a great film, like genuinely. I gotta check this other door.
Yeah, and then the remake is garbage.
Oh, was there a remake? I hadn't seen it.
Oh God, no! Go back to the life you had when you did not
did
know.
not know this. Good.
It's trash.
I'll stay there. That's such a shame.
Yeah.
Man. You know what got remade recently? I really want to see though. I feel like you might already know this movie. You probably do. You remember Cube? Back in the day.
Vaguely.
The like weird trap-based. There's a Japanese Cube now. A Japanese remake of the film Cube.
Fascinating.
I'm like I haven't seen it yet, but I'm like fascinated by the idea of like a completely different country and like group of people who are completely unrelated to the first remaking of a like cult horror film. Like I can't really think of another example of a thing like that.
A good one is the Ring films. There are 3 first Rings: Japanese, American, and Korean.
Is it Korean Ring? What's it called?
Ring.
Just Ring? Okay.
I think they're all called Ring, but obviously in the different languages. I've seen the American and the Japanese. I've not seen the Korean yet, but I'm fascinated.
Oh man, you want to talk effects that this game has?
Yep.
This room. Oh my god.
Yeah, Hatakeda made this room too.
It's so good.
I remember this is one of the parts that scared me as a kid.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, I'll just leave.
Yeah.
The door won't open.
Mm-hmm. Xenoma says there was one made for TV in Japan. If you want me to go hard on Ring, there was a TV show, there was a stage play, there were 2 or 3 manga adaptations. There's like 8 films, and then the new 3D films, and then there was the radio play. There was the first TV show. There was the second TV show.
Wow,
there
really?
was the game. There was a game on PlayStation or Sega. Oh shit! There she goes.
This is our first time being knocked off a cliff. So.
Nice. Like Ring is big, huge in Japan.
Yeah.
Like you should watch the videos of the Ring, like the actor, not the actress, but like an actress dressed up as the ghost who goes to the island that she's supposed to be from, and children are screaming and hugging her, and like they love her. She's like I don't know, like a Mickey Mouse, but for Japan.
There's like the Ring. What's the other one that was really big? Japanese. The Grudge.
Yeah.
There was like the Grudge Happy Meals stuff. Like it's crazy. That's so wild.
There was the baseball game. Did you see that?
No, what's that?
They had a special baseball thing where the Grudge ghosts and the Ring ghost showed up because they had the Sadako versus Kayako movie.
Yes.
And I think Sadako pitched and Kayako was at bat. And they opened up a baseball game. It was so funny.
Oh my god, I need to see this. I have to check this out.
It's on YouTube.
Oh god, I'm so glad. That's so good.
It's great.
Oh man, I love that. Yeah, and like the Ring was so like, isn't the nurses, I think, in the first game are design-wise based on the Ring as well, with the hair hanging over their face and stuff like that?
So the Ring and Silent Hill have a fun history. The Naoko Sato is the female artist who actually designed the nurses for the first game, and she did model the way that they move and slouch their shoulders after the Ring ghost. More specifically, when the game was advertised in Japan, they put out these posters with a quote that said, "Fear, its origin is here," quoted to the author of the book, Ring.
Yes.
And it was vague, and it was not very specific, and the Japanese audience got it in their heads that he wrote the game. Like, this was a big rumor at the time Silent Hill was coming out, and I think half the reason the first game sold 300,000 copies in Japan and the second only sold 100,000 is because The Ring was huge in 1999. That's when the second movie came out, the first movie had already come out, like, I think half the reason Silent Hill got off the ground is because of The Ring and Koji Suzuki having his name on the project.
Yeah, that would make sense, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The
because
timing.
The Ring was such a phenomenon. Even here, like in America, it was a phenomenon, which is and not
Yeah.
even like it was magnitudes larger over there. Like,
All of horror owes a lot to The Ring. Like the way that Japanese horror has gotten really global, The Ring paved the way for that.
oh
It
yeah,
wouldn't have happened. Like,
The Ring.
there's so much that
Yeah,
changed
and both
because of
the
it.
Japanese and American versions of The Ring. I haven't seen the Korean one. I have to go watch that now.
Yeah.
They're great films. I think they hold up.
Yeah, and the American one was actually, was it directed by the same person was involved in both, which is why I think some of the quality transfers.
Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, because I felt
Yeah.
like the American version of The Ring is like a strikingly good adaptation compared to like
Yeah.
so many
The Grudge
Western
version of The Ring, or the Ju-on.
Yeah, which I didn't even make it through.
No, it's not as good.
No, not nearly. God.
Oh man, love this bit.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
God.
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
I love
Such a good
Heather. I
scene.
love Heather so much.
She's great. I don't remember the exact details, but depending on how you played the game, after this phone call, you either get like more bullets if you shoot a lot or more health packs if you heal a lot. Like the give pain or receive it thing. It has something to do with the items you get later.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
there's an
so
actual
cool.
mechanic.
Oh, I just thought that was just like a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mhm.
Whoa.
I missed who said it in the chat, but somebody asked if I could explain the hair thing. I'm guessing they mean the Sadako's hair.
Yes.
So this goes back way back. Japan has a lot of ghost stories. They had a lot of wars, a lot of years where it was legal for part of the population to just murder people for fun. Like it was just, very violent history.
Yes.
And some of these ghost stories got tied up together in to kind of folk tales, and the folk tales were adapted by Buddhist priests because they were, wandering and traveling and teaching their doctrine. And the easiest way to do that was to like have a moral tale that ends with a, pretty Buddhist message at the end. And some of those were some ghost stories, specifically involving like women that were killed. And those stories eventually would become kabuki plays and stage plays and, become books and, how folk tales get adapted into other things.
Yeah.
So when it appeared on stage, they took the costume for the female ghost from the burial clothes. You don't cut your hair because that's, important. So you have long black hair let loose when you die. You wear white, and you're going to be paler because you're a corpse, you're dead. And in Kabuki, everything is made like the hair, if you look at the ghosts and grudges in a Kabuki play, the black hair is huge and wild, and the white makeup and this, it's just incredible to look at. And when they later, when Suzuki was adapting and making his more modern version, that's what he went to, was the idea of the, Kabuki stage play with the wild black hair and the white outfit.
Really? Oh, wow, that's wild. Okay. Also,
and that's why they all look that way, too.
Wow. Crazy. Also, harkening back to what you said earlier, here we see another design of somebody who is stitched up like a corset. Once again.
Upside down in a locker.
Yes, exactly. Suspended in a bound corset. It's all very, very of a certain kind of German magazine.
Yeah, German magazine. There's actually a picture of a woman in the corner. You can only vaguely see it.
Really?
I hadn't noticed that. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff hidden in the corners of these games.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this series is such a testament to like what was done at the peak of games that didn't have camera control. You can't really call this a fixed camera angle game because it's not. Like, it moves around as you move around, but
there are angles.
Yes,
in specific
it's
places.
Cinematic in a really great way. Like when you come, you're in obviously you were still in the hospital, but when you're in the not Red Hospital, not Otherworld Hospital, that's the word I'm looking for. You come into that room with the wheelchair that is overturned and still spinning, and it slowly slows down and stops, and it's like shot so that the camera is like slightly behind the wheelchair, and the wheelchair is like in the foreground, and what would be in film like a forced perspective shot. That's so cool. Yes, it's gorgeous. And
I really think it goes back to Toyama, the first game director.
Yeah.
He was a film student.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he went to college for film, and he specifically decided when they were making the first game, all these horror games were drawing inspiration from American slasher horror.
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
really
They all
big
wanted
at the
to
time.
be Friday the 13th or Night of the Living Dead or something like that.
So he said, I'm going to go for weird European horror and David Lynch and Suspiria and go for that instead. And that's where that kind of fixed angle idea came from.
Yeah, I makes me wonder if he had encountered any of the, I think Clock Tower 1 would be out at that point. It was a Super Nintendo game, obviously. Which was...
No, he encountered the film that inspired it.
Okay, because I was going to say it's based on Phenomena. And
he's a huge Argento fan.
Okay, that's just what I was wondering. So you do have the answer. Hell yeah. I had a feeling.
Yeah, they are big. I think Suspiria is probably the biggest influence.
Yes.
But I think there's definitely Demons was also one, confirmed. And this one's I've not seen. Jan Svankmajer, his films, Alice specifically. I think I'm not going to guess the nationality, but another European film person that he was really big into that the series then got heavily connected to.
That's so interesting. Because it's like, it's not as obvious, I feel like, in Silent Hill. They blend so many influences, whereas Clock Tower, you play Clock Tower and you're like, oh yes, this one's to be a Giallo. Right away, it's very clear. It's like, this is a Giallo. This is a video game Giallo. Whereas Silent Hill, if you didn't say it to me, I don't know if I would have made the connection to say Suspiria, but I can, now that you say it, with the camera work of a Giallo, I can see how that influenced the way that the camera structures are done in this game.
There's a lot of blending, I think. That
yes,
makes it less...
they blend it so effectively too, I feel like.
Yeah, they really do.
The blending of Jacob's Ladder with Hellraiser is already such a brilliant combination for what they were trying to achieve. Yeah, I think so. I did the wrong attack and I gotta suffer for it. That's what I get. I was like, I have one chance to hit with the maul. Surely I have enough time. Well, not if I mess it up myself.
I love this monster. Now, this is just a theory.
Yes.
I don't think this is confirmed, but there is a Japanese yokai, a demon, that is said to be born from a pregnancy, basically, maybe not an abortion, but maybe a miscarriage.
Yeah.
Where if it escapes the mother, it will burrow, that's the word I want, into the floorboards, and try and come back up and eat its way into its mother. And so the pictures show this creature on all fours with its hands, like, trying to bite at you. And it looks kind of like it's, you know, like the slurper that's trying to slurp at you when you fall on the floor.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. My first thing I thought when I saw the design is it looks like the, like, hand denial bondage gloves that are used.
Oh, I could see that.
Right away, because it just comes to like a rounded mass at the end, which is like sort of the same effect that is, but it's like a widening mass. It's not like the limb is missing, you know? It's like as if it's been covered. And that was the first thing I thought, is it resembles the kind of things that people wear to like limit the use of hands in certain German magazines. That's gonna be my euphemism. I really like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's immediately evocative of what I mean.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, but that's like what's so cool about these is I feel like they didn't lean so hard on any particular influence that it feels just like it is
A one-to-one.
an emulation of that. Yeah, whereas like Clock Towers are great games and I love them very much, but they definitely feel like emulations of like Jalo tropes. You know?
They are definitely more powerful from the mechanics rather than the story.
Yes.
Whereas I think Silent Hill is a far better structure as a whole.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I will say Haunting Ground is technically a Clock Tower game and the best of them.
You think so?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
I
Haunting
agree
Ground...
that it is technically a Clock Tower game. You think it's the best one though? I haven't played it yet.
Oh, for sure. So it has an actual story with actual world building that really ties together very powerfully. Like, it's a fantastic game.
Oh,
if you
man.
like this game, you will love it.
And I love Clock Tower 2 and 3, so
Yes.
Yeah.
3 is my guilty pleasure. It's like a slasher movie in game.
it's a magical girl anime. It's a horror magical girl anime. It's brilliant.
Yes.
They show
really,
you
really
their number of years they were sentenced, and then it counts down and their health bar fills up. The weight of their crimes is how much health they have. It's so good. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really great. Haunting Ground is different from 3. Like, you don't fight in the same way. It's more like a more traditional Clock Tower run and hide experience.
Okay.
But you have a dog, and there's a lot of like alchemy and occultism and weird symbolism going on in it. And the castle you explore is fantastic. It's one of my top favorite like classic PS2 horror games.
Yeah, I saw like the first hour of it. It looked like Clock Tower 3, which I already love. So I'm going to definitely have to check it out. But like, I'm a huge Clock Tower 3 fan. That's one I've been like slowly giving people the games I think that you should see before we run Clock Tower 3 kind of thing.
Yes.
But it's so good. I love it's like Capcom came in and they're like, all right, Clock Tower, what do we know about Clock Tower? And someone else in the office was like, pretty much nothing. And they're like, all right, what if we just like, there's a clock tower in the end. Here's this game idea I have. And it's so good.
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
I mean, I love that game. It is so weird and so strange. I got it at a GameStop for $5.
Yeah. Like, I think
great.
there's like some parts in the later half of the game that could have been balanced a little better, which is of course the nature of every like PS1 to PS2 game and the way development cycles work. But Sledgehammer and Corroder, like up through those first 2 killers, is just like a perfect.
Alyssa!
Yes, it's so good.
Yeah, and the music, oh my god.
Oh yeah, the dun, 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 the fast piano music that comes in. Oh, it's so good.
I think it's another one of those that's like, you should have had a different name. Like, it has so little to do with the first Clock
absolutely
Towers.
nothing to do with Clock Tower.
But it's still great.
I feel like you could have called Clock Tower 3 Haunting Ground and Haunting Ground Clock Tower 3, and it would have been a closer fit. Than, like...
Probably, yeah. Yeah, and I think that's probably why they changed. I think, honestly, that Clock Tower 3 didn't do well, and that's why they changed the name. But, you know, I think it was a smart idea to change and not tie itself to the series, because, like, you know...
It has nothing to do with it, really.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's kind of, like, it's basically the same core mechanic, but you're not in the same place, you're not doing, you know, same killer.
Yeah, exactly. And then as we've learned, like, especially with Silent Hill 1 and 2, it's like, that's a big thing for people. It's really hard to pull off a complete change and have it work. It's like, you know, it's like Dark Souls
Yeah.
2 as well. It's like what changed everything, and like you had the same thing with Dark Souls 1 through 3 as you do for Silent Hill 1 through 3. Where it's like the
Yeah.
first very successful game, the second one came out, got all this bad feedback, and then they make the third game a sequel to the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. For better or worse, really.
Yeah.
God decision I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals. God. All the writings in these are so good. Did you had talked about this in your previous one that like you had made an educated guess about who wrote the text stuff in the first game. By this point in the development of the series, is it like known?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
This game is primarily written by 3 people. Hiroyuki Owaku was the scenario writer. He had been involved in the second game, but the second game was more of a roundtable thing where there was a group of like 5 who kind of pitched ideas and discussed it, and then Owaku kind of consolidated it.
Okay.
And the first game, Toyama wrote it, and then it was translated by Harry Inaba, who is also a pretty big gaming guy. For 3, Owaku was basically on his own because a lot of other folks had left. So he wrote this is 100% his story. And then 2 translators were involved. Jeremy Blaustein was still there, but he only translated the voiced dialogue. Everything else in the game, all the written text, all the notes, all of Heather's inner dialogue is a female translator named Nora Stevens Heath.
Really? Okay.
Yes. And she's fantastic. There's a really great live stream on Voidburger's channel where she plays Silent Hill 3 with Heath.
Oh, I love
and it's
Voidburger.
fantastic. Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
great. I had a fun time watching that. And so, like, Heather's voice is really her, which I think is great because female translator, female writer, female character.
It
And
fits well, yeah. And
Fe-
Heather gives so much like color commentary.
yes, she is such a great inner voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like such a strong voice, and like everything you interact with is like filtered through what she has to say and think about it. And I think that's really cool. I don't know. As opposed to a lot of them are just like purely descriptive in a lot of games, like say like Resident Evil.
I don't have time for that now. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, or like James, who is like not particularly the most exciting man in the world. I think his story makes him compelling, but it's not like he's not quite as strong a character as Heather is, I think, as far as like having a voice.
Exactly. Heather has a fantastic character and voice.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And she was also designed by women, too.
Really?
Like, women across the board. The character designers were a team of 3. The leader was a guy named Yuri Shingo, because he'd been around at the company longer. And then 2 women, Minako Asano and Sachiko Sugawara, who were newer hires. And from what I can tell, he basically drew the concept sketches, and then they were like the modelers, animators. And they collaborated on what they wanted characters to look like, and then one person would like finish the model. Minako Asano made her in-game model and her animations, and they also were the ones that said, one, they wanted her to have curlier hair instead of straight hair because they thought it looked more attractive, and they wanted her to have a skirt because they felt like a teenage girl would be more feminine. So it was the women who eventually decided on this look for her.
Really? Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
She's so cute. They did such a good job. She's such an endearing character overall. I love her.
And it's such a good balance too, because it's like it's not super cutesy. It's kind of practical, but kind of, like it looks like something that a teen girl would put on to go out to the mall. Or school or
especially
whatever.
in the era in which this was made. It's very much like looks like a girl I would have seen at the mall when I was like, young.
And all her colors match the color wheel, like the balance for red. Her
Really?
orange and green.
Oh, that's
the orange. Yeah.
That's so smart. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool.
Some of her concepts though are wild. Like her first one, she was wearing like hose with a purple vest and a high-heeled boot. Like they're crazy.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, like her very first concept looks like it hopped out of a grandma's closet.
Oh man, is there anywhere I could see this? Is
The
it in your
Silent Hill
video?
Wiki
Is it in
has
your
some.
documentary?
It is also in there, yes.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Because originally Owaku wanted to make the main character an old woman, and then they said, well, she's gonna fight monsters, so maybe make it a young woman.
I mean, that idea does go hard, but I get why they changed it.
Yes, I really
do
wish
love
they
the
kept
idea
it.
of it because like I loved the more recent Halloween movies with Jamie Lee Curtis. Still, I love that. There's the
It's
one
so
from
good.
not the one from before Halloween Kills, where there's the scene of Jamie Lee Curtis like stalking around her house while Michael Myers is in it. And she's like, Michael, and she's got like the shotgun pressed to her chest. It's so good.
Yes.
Very rarely do you get to see women be badasses, especially older women. So I really
Yes.
appreciated that when that was released, personally.
Yeah. Owaku actually, he picked making the main character this one a woman because he said he was tired of old men.
Yeah.
he was bored. He was like, James and Harry, I've done it. I want to do a woman.
Totally. He handled like the chief. Feel like I have to find my daughter is like the most generic kind of male character motivator you can have, right? Not that it makes it bad, but it certainly like has been done to death. So
I think Harry is like really unique, but also video games just have a lot of male characters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Not many are the very weak and vulnerable father figure, widower. He's so great.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good point too. I didn't
Yeah.
think about that, but that's a very good point.
Yeah, you know why the movie is a woman and not a man?
Why?
The director said that when he played the game, he found that, Harry's actually a woman because this is how a woman acts.
Yeah, that sounds like the guy who directed those movies.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
the Silent Hill movie really does not like women. Like, frankly.
Like, on the one hand, growing up as a kid, I adored that movie. It's what got me into Silent Hill, but also now I want to kind of wring that man's neck.
Oh, yeah. I think, and this is the way I feel about pretty much both the Silent Hill movies, is that, like, the Silent Hill film is, like, very visually striking. Because Silent Hill's visually striking. It's, it's not exactly rocket science to base something off of Silent Hill and make it look good. But, it doesn't quite understand narratively what made Silent Hill.
No, not at all.
No,
and it's clearly because he does not understand women or fathers or people.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
God, he said in an interview, like, a father wouldn't do this for their child. Like, what the fuck? You are a dad! What's wrong with you?
Yeah, wait, what do you mean you wouldn't do this for your child? What are you talking about?
Yeah. And it is wild that Sean Bean is in both movies, and he does live.
Every time this movie comes up, that's what everyone's saying in the chat immediately. Is like, isn't it crazy that Sean Bean doesn't die in this movie?
So wild.
Yeah, it was an adventurous role for him to be a guy who survives.
Mm-hmm. I will say the second movie's grown on me because it's a mess, but it's kind of an entertaining mess. And apparently behind the scenes, the director wanted to go a different way, and the people in charge made him go the other way. And anyway, and it was apparently a trans woman that directed the movie.
Really? I didn't know that. That's really cool.
Yeah. I do not remember the name off the top of my head.
I think that, while I do think mostly the second Silent Hill movie is a pretty bad movie, what I always tell everyone to watch is the scene with the, like, mannequin spider creature. I don't know if it has a proper name. It's so cool.
That's where the entire budget went.
Oh my god.
That's gotta be.
I was telling everyone, I was like, here, if you want to see the entirety of the good parts of Silent Hill, the second Silent Hill movie, I forget what it's called off the top of my head. But,
Revelation?
Revelation, yeah. If you want to see all the good scenes of Revelation, just search, like, Silent Hill Revelation mannequin monster. And you'll just watch that scene, and if that was only like a 5-minute horror short, it would be one of the best ones I've ever seen. But unfortunately, there's a lot of bad movie around it.
Oh god, it's such a mess. And I think the same person was involved in The Evil Dead, which explains a lot of the body horror, because that's Evil Dead all over.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but not really Silent Hill.
I love The Evil Dead. It doesn't fit with Silent Hill, but I do love The Evil Dead. I just love Sam Raimi's work, though.
I do think, unfortunately, I love the last battle, the stupid fight between Pyramid Head and that other monster. It's so dumb, and I love it so much.
I love that they just, like, shoehorn Pyramid Head into all of these movies.
Yeah.
People are just getting creamed by some other guy's personification of his violent misogyny.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair. It's like every series, especially because Japan loves mascots. Japan loves Pyramid Head. I think the reason he keeps coming back is because Japan loves him. When Silent Hill Origins came out, the forums were asking, where is Mr. Triangle? By the way, that is his name in Japan. It is
His name is
Mr.
Mr. Triangle in Japan?
That's the nickname, Sankaku-san, Mr. Triangle.
Yes! Oh man. Wow, that's
They
that's a
love
big
him.
revelation for me.
Yeah, I first time I saw that in a forum, I was like, this changes everything.
Yeah.
When the sequel movie came out, Japan had a promotion for it where they were finding the next Mr. Triangle, and they had like 3 or 4 big bodybuilder guys dressed as Pyramid Head come out, and they were like doing exercises to try and prove they could be the best new Pyramid Head, and like lifting things, and like they just had this whole Pyramid Head Olympics.
Oh, I love that. That's so
It's great.
good.
They love him
What
so
a
much.
bizarre. Oh, that's so cool though. I love that kind of thing. I'm racking my brain because I don't remember the mechanics of how this puzzle works on normal mode.
Oh man, I vaguely remember it, but the bird puzzle's always hard.
I walked in and I was like, man, I just realized last time I did this on hard. And so I'm like, oh man, it's actually harder for me now because I remember how I did it last time.
Yeah. Here, go to the puzzle again. I wasn't looking at it. See if I can jog my memory. I might help out.
It is the room with there are
the birds, and then the birds are supposed to be bodies, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Let's see here. Crematorium puzzle is what the Silent
That's what
Hill
they
Wiki
call
calls it, which is a fancy word.
God, I love these shots like this. Are these rendered in Engine, or are these like, how do they do these?
Think they're drawn
because that's what they look like.
There are named illustrators for like still images in both 2 and 3. So I'm pretty sure somebody draws them. I think it's definitely some combo. I think it would be maybe. Okay, we're getting 3 different answers.
I took the recommendation. I had tried the other 2 while we were talking, so I tried the last one, and it was it. Very good.
Okay.
It's so interesting how puzzle heavy these are, and I didn't really understand why until I saw.
I get it. Okay, that's confusing. So it's the numbers in the Roman numeral order. So if you look at the door, oh, you got it. Then the door, like whatever Roman numeral 1 bed is, what number that is.
Wow.
That would have taken me forever to remember.
Yeah, same. I just trust the chat sometimes. I'm like, all right, you one of you guys knows this. But I always thought it was interesting how puzzle heavy these were, and I thought it was really interesting. I learned from your documentary that the director, I believe, of the first one was a huge fan of Western adventure games, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, of course. I think about like the part where you have to combine the peroxide with a piece of meat and light it on fire to burn a painting to get a key or something. Like that is peak like Gabriel Knight cat hair mustache bullshit. Like absolutely.
Yeah, he apparently really loved the Adventures of Zork and the Tower of Druaga were like his favorite games.
Yeah, I heard Tower of Druaga was what, like a Zelda-like arcade game?
Like you climb towers and levels and something, like kind of like that, I think.
Okay.
But, like if you die, you start over.
Got you. Okay. So we are weirdly like proto-roguelike, kind of. Interesting. But I had thought it was very big revelation for me to understand like why these games had these like at times absolutely back-breaking puzzles in them. Like the one
incredibly hard.
If you set the hard mode in this, and there's the one where you have to have like prior knowledge of the works of William Shakespeare to solve the puzzle.
Yeah.
The one in the bookstore where you have to like
listen.
Oh my god.
I was an English major.
Yeah.
I took 2 semesters on Shakespeare alone. I had to Google that puzzle.
I remember the first time I did this, I did it on hard mode so people could see the puzzles, but of course I just looked that one up. And everyone was like, no, try it. I was like, I don't think you understand this. Like, I know enough about this puzzle to know I just fundamentally do not have the outside knowledge necessary.
And then there's like a nightmare mode too. At least for some of the games.
Yes. I don't have it unlocked in this yet, but there is.
Yeah. I need to unlock it on my emulator one. I haven't done that.
Yeah. That's always like I have both the like fixed PC versions and the emulator versions of both the 2 and 3. And so I'm doing the opposite one this time. I don't have quite all of my stuff from beating it last time, but eventually I need to accumulate the, like, weird magical girl beam you can get in this game.
Do you know Sailor Moon was a major influence on the series?
What?
Keiichiro Toyama, first game director, Sailor Moon fan, and he tweeted out and said, "How come people don't know that Sailor Moon influenced Silent Hill?" And the picture is of the Sailor Moon holding a baby, looking at the sky, all forlorn, just like the one ending of Silent Hill 1 where he has the baby and he's looking at the sky, all sad.
Wow.
And I was like, holy shit!
No wonder that was how a woman would act.
Yeah. Because he was Sailor Moon all along.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
That's so wild, though. I mean, I love Sailor Moon. I was a huge Sailor Moon fan as a kid, which, of course, is probably why I ended up like this. But, like...
I was on the other side. I was in Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it to you. I loved Yu Yu Hakusho as well.
They're married, the two of them.
Oh, yeah! I forgot about that. Because, I'm blanking on the name of the, mangaka behind Yu Yu Hakusho, and also Hunter x Hunter. But people are always like, when are you going to finish Hunter x Hunter? And he's like, I don't really have to work, so, kind of just when I feel like doing it. My wife made Sailor Moon, and I made Yu Yu Hakusho, so, like...
We don't have to work again, ever.
Yeah, you know, I know. It's like, it reminds me of, like, it's like the mangaka equivalent of, like, John Carpenter. Where people are like, wow, John, when are you going to make another movie? He's like, why am I going to go to work for? I'm rich already. I'm going to stay home and play my Xbox.
I do not blame him at all.
Yeah, exactly. So is there like a specific trigger that opens this door? I always just mash it until it opens. But
when your shadow self stops moving in the mirror, then you can open the door.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and there's like a very short amount of time. Yep, now you can do it. Because then you'll just die if you wait too long.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Yeah, I remember I died in there. I had never played this the first time I played it on stream. Like, I was aware of like the major plot beats and stuff because I had seen people play it when I was younger, but I had never played it myself. And my chat was like, oh yeah, you gotta go in this room. And I just died. I was like, thanks, everybody. Cool. God. That's so, like, I love how many just, like, vibe-oriented spaces are in this game. They really, like, they really...
Especially, I feel like the hospital.
Yeah. They really understood that, like, it was its own reward to see these things in this game by this point, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like... You know, it's cool to get ammo and stuff, but I feel like this is around when they realize, like, oh, we actually could just give you nothing because you're really actually here to get scared, aren't you? Yeah. And it's like, yeah, yes, I am. You're right. Okay, give it to me.
Chat asked who directed the second Silent Hill movie. It was MJ Bassett, who came out in 2017 as transgender.
Oh, wow.
And worked on Ash vs. Evil Dead. That's where I got the Evil Dead connection.
I liked Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I thought that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't read the full interview, but there's an interview where she talks about how there was some interference with what she wanted to do with the Silent Hill film, and she kind of caved in, and she wished she had stood up for herself and what she wanted to make.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it happens. You know?
Yeah, because it feels like they're, like, trying to cram every plot beat from this game into that movie in a way that doesn't work.
It's such a fun, bad movie. Like, there's so many quotable lines in that movie where you're like, what?
Yeah, oh god, yeah. That movie is just such a bizarre train wreck. But, like, and visually striking, so once again, it's still like, yeah, horror movies can be bad and still be good, if that makes any sense.
Like, and there's some cool moments in it with some, like, real, like, what do you call it? Not CG. You know, like, which is rarer these days in horror movies.
Oh, practical effects.
Like practical, yeah. The first movie's practical effects are godlike. Ugh.
Yes. It's good practical effect, and they stay looking good so much longer. Like...
You know, Pyramid Head had his whole ass out the whole time.
Yeah?
So, I don't remember the exact... Something about the way the costume was made. If they put it back on it, he couldn't move properly, so he had to have his whole ass out, and the camera really couldn't, like, angle behind him, and so there was the scene at the church, I think, when they were filming him coming up the stairs and ripping that girl's skin off. A bunch of the other cast members came at the side of the area with a bunch of dollar bills. Oh my god.
Oh man, that's so funny. Does Pyramid Head in or Silent Hill 2 have something he's wearing from the waist down? I don't remember.
Yeah, he has like the same what do you call it? Butcher's outfit thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, like a smock,
Yeah.
almost.
At one point, I think I had a picture screen saved of a moment in the second movie where he turned and I think he had his ass out, but I can't remember now where that was.
You can see just for a moment. that
Just
he's
a
cheeked
moment.
Up, yes.
Yeah.
It's Pyramid Head is a very interesting character in that design sense because they've made him thicker as the series. Every additional portrayal of him has a bigger ass.
Masahiro Ito literally talks about, like, you know, I designed him to kind of look this way because I was really tired of, like, the really muscular-looking horror in the West, which, granted, at the time, that was, like, a big thing. And now he's become this, like, hunk monster. I don't, like, it just... How does it happen?
Yeah,
like,
he's supposed to be, like, emaciated and stuff,
Yeah.
and now we've just doubled back around. Now we're back.
It's just natural horror horny.
Oh, yes.
People it just happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like,
Poor
sorry,
Ito.
Ito, but the girlies love it when we make him like this.
He's dummy thick.
He's
and the clap of his ass is
goofy
alerting the
thick.
sirens.
Yeah, you hear him coming from the clap of his cheeks in the new
Yeah.
ones. Yeah, exactly.
Pyramid twunk.
That was like the original one was like, now he's just like pure beefcake now. He's huge now.
Mm.
He's like it looks like a pride parade outfit now. It's like
Yes.
just a guy in like a butcher smock who's ripped.
Yeah, and I've literally seen a pyramid head at a pride, so that was fantastic.
Oh, God bless.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah.
What do you know, like when they filmed that movie, like what was that helmet made of? Do you know? I know this is a little out of your wheelhouse. You just seem to know a lot about it.
I'm not sure. I watched the documentary on the making of that movie ages ago. I'm sure they talked about it, but I mean, it's been ages.
Gotcha.
I do remember, I think they had to change the way it looked, like, because it's not exactly the same as in the game.
No, it's got
more
less sides.
Yeah, and it had something to do with how it sat on the actor's head. They couldn't make it work the way it looked originally. So
Really?
they had to change that.
Which, I mean, I guess was probably, like, I don't know if Ito intended that specifically, but the fact that it is completely impossible and incongruous is, like, a feature of all of his art. His, like, he loves to draw someone with a head that is a thing that could not possibly exist.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah.
passion.
Since college, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
He's-
That's what they said. You said in your documentary, it was like, they were like, couldn't believe he was a college student.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause of, like-
Toyama was like, did you draw this? What the hell?
You did that? Like, so, and even his art from then was like unbelievable. And it looks
Yeah.
like you can see how the work he did came to be Silent Hill. I feel like his work before Silent Hill was like a little less like, obviously this is very horror, very bloody looking, even if it's just supposed to be rust. And his
It was
work,
a little different.
it's almost like more metallic or more industrial looking.
Yeah.
Like-
And then his other art he kind of has like trends he follows, like the very mechanical, very like he has a mecha manga.
He does?
I don't know if that's it's not published in the US unfortunately, which is why nobody knows about it.
Oh, but it doesn't need to be. I just need to see the visuals from it.
Yes, Acid Buffer Zone is the name, and
Whoa.
there's like he makes like miniatures and things
Okay.
of machines. Like he's big into that. He grew up like very, very poor, and one of the toys his dad bought him was just some cheap plastic sets of tanks from World War II, and he's loved like tanks and military stuff ever since.
Really?
And so that's you know, Pyramid Head's helmet edge is based on a tank. Like he's done.
Oh, is
art
it? Is
for-
that what Pyramid Head's based on?
Yeah, and he actually worked on World of Tanks. They hired him because they heard you like tanks? We have tanks.
It is blowing my mind to think about him working on World of Tanks. Because the main
there
thing
was
I know World of Tanks for is that, like, they keep getting in trouble for people leaking
Yes.
classified military documents. Because they're like, well, actually, this tank should be stronger because I'm in, you know, ex-army and I have classified info that says, and then it's like a huge problem.
Yeah, like don't do that. Yeah, there was some Halloween event where both him and Yamaoka were involved in making like music and art for the game.
Really?
Mhm.
That's so
There's a special
wild.
Ito tank.
Wow, I had no idea. I have to check that out.
Yeah, and he got the job because a fan mentioned to World of Tanks that he liked tanks.
Really?
Yeah, it's a wild story.
Gotcha. That's so cool. I love when stuff like that happens. This is like only tangentially related, but it made me think of it because of the just a fan mentioned it, and that's how I got the job. Did you see the very recent interview with John Carpenter where he said, "I want to do music for a video game, but nobody has asked me"? I was like,
I hadn't.
I'm like, it came out like yesterday or today, and all I can think is like, man, your email is gonna be so messed up in the next 2 weeks, dude. Like, because I feel like everyone all the way up to like the big names have to be looking at each other going like, wait, we could have just asked John Carpenter.
What? We haven't asked?
Yeah, the guy who wrote the Halloween theme will just work on a video game?
Yeah.
Like, it's so funny. Like, it's so funny to think about him sitting around being like, shucks, I sure wish someone would ask me to make something for their video game.
Just, man, I sure would love to do that.
Like, dude, you could literally go to anybody and like, just ask, like,
yeah,
you know, go knock on their door. I guess except for Konami, unless he wants to make music for like Pachinko Machine now. But like,
I was literally just thinking that. God, Konami is a weird situation.
They're very strange. Like, it's like, I get it. You have to run the business and make it profitable, but at least like license out or sell those IPs or something.
That's the part. Well, I think honestly they saw it as too much trouble because of controversy, because it was being handled badly, and it's like, well, if this is going to give us a bad reputation, let's just not do it. We make money on Yu-Gi-Oh and sports. We don't need this, you know?
Yeah, totally. That's fair.
I think, honestly, I'm of the opinion we might be coming towards something new because some time has passed and some leadership has changed. I'm not so certain of like the blue box conspiracies or it's coming soon, they're gonna announce it at this game show. Like, I think it might, you know, I'm not so into that, but I could see it coming sometime.
I have someone in my Discord who's always like thinks that the new thing is going to be a new Silent Hill or a new Kojima horror game. Yes.
PT is dead.
And well, I said that they're like, oh, I think this is going to be it. I was like, okay, but if it doesn't come out or get announced by the end of the year, I'm going to change your in Discord title to Silent Hill Simp, and it'll have an associated symbol that only you will have, so everyone knows. And so I have like a counter on my phone waiting for it.
Yeah. It's wild. Yeah.
God, but like I get the desire because it's like, I mean, we all played the PT and like are heartbroken it never came out. Which is like hard to, you know, in retrospect, it's hard to believe considering the names that were lined up on it. But they just simply like were like, well, it's hard to beat gambling money, you know. Yeah. And we got.
It's not even. I know the Pachinko's very famous, but it's not even really that. Going back 20 years and looking at the games they ever sold, Silent Hill altogether, maybe 2 million for the first game, 2 million for the second game, maybe wrap it up to 4 million. A single FIFA game makes that much money.
I didn't realize Konami made the FIFA games.
Or not FIFA, I'm sorry. The other PES. Pro Evolution Soccer. That's the one.
Oh, okay.
Like,
gotcha.
And in Japan, they do a baseball series. That Pro Jikyo, something. Like, they make a lot of sports games that make them so much money. More money than Silent Hill has ever dreamed of.
Yeah.
They don't need it. Like, Castlevania, same thing. Like, everything is outdone by Yu-Gi-Oh! And sports. PES is dead as well now. I've heard it's had some trouble. They still make a lot of money on sports in Japan though, because they have sports clubs. Like they have sports clubs in every city. Where people,
really?
Yeah, they
wow.
kind of they do the sporting.
Japanese businesses are so wild. At like, I feel like in America, businesses are like, we do this thing.
Yeah, and in Japan, they're like,
yeah, we make the nation's #1 horror video game series and also back massager and, you know, PA speakers and hospital equipment. And like,
we're just going to do all of this.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm like slowly realizing more and more of that because like I already like had been making that joke about the company Hitachi for a long time because they have made like, oh yeah, you know, they made just the amount of bass guitars and motorcycles and back massagers and industrial like bulldozers that were needed for the year. But like it's like Konami has a similar structure where it's like, hey, if we can make it with the machines we got.
Yeah, it's a wild situation, but it's like they closed down the games only studios, so the main studio makes a lot of money elsewhere. And I think for a while it was like, well, the controversy outweighs the potential. I think we're coming out the other side of it, hopefully. I mean, they dropped Silent Hill 4 on PC out of nowhere, so...
That is true, yeah. I did scoop that up.
That was wild.
I was shocked to see it. It was on the recent Good Old Game sale, and I was like, what?
That was amazing. I wish they'd do more. I'm sure it's because the other ones, the code is in a toilet, but I wish they would find the toilet and get the code out.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like how they lost the Silent Hill 2 and 3 codes for the remaster,
Yeah.
and they were just like, hey guys, here's like an unfinished version. You could like finish it from this, right? In like a year.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, just somebody at the top is not, that's the problem. Like, they aren't video game people.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeffrey. They aren't, like, the people in charge of the game studios before they were closed knew about video game industry. The people at Konami don't. So they're like, yeah, that's fine, we'll just do that. And then it blows up in their faces, and they're like, why did that blow up in our face? It was so bad. You know, they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and especially I could see how somebody who's in leadership who's not a games person would look at like the era of like Castlevania Lord of Darkness 2 and all the later era Silent Hills and just be like, they don't like when we do this. Why do we still do it, you know? Whereas it's really just like you need somebody in charge who cares about these things
who
as
understands the why and like what's going on.
Yeah,
there's so much more to it.
Totally, yeah. They don't just hate it unilaterally because they've also created some of the like most essential classic games. Like, figure if the same company that creates both made both Silent Hill 1 through 4 and also made the Symphony of the Night.
Yeah, like basically invented a genre.
Yeah, I was about to say invented like more than one even at this point.
And Silent Hill is like so spread throughout all of horror.
Yes, like.
But people who don't know games don't know this.
Oh yeah, like there wouldn't be so many indie horror games like ride around on the back of Silent Hill and PT. Like,
yeah,
I feel like that's like all the stuff that I associate like now with like a modern indie horror game.
Very
you see in these games like 15 years ago, you know? Yeah, like when you're in the subway in this, and as you go through, if you try to go backwards, the train cars are disappearing behind you. And like you'll never encounter that if you don't turn around, but it's there, and like stuff like that is so much of that now.
You know, you can fall off the train.
You can fall off the train?
Yeah, if you get out to the very last car and get on the back and then like move forward, you can kill yourself.
I didn't really know. I had no idea.
There's a unique death for that.
Whoa! Oh man.
This guy's so pleasant. You notice so many of the cutscenes, the way that they have the flashlight in this game as opposed to the second game, she's in a halo of light.
Yeah.
All the time. Like, very, very spiritual messaging going on there.
Oh, totally. I think it looks just great presentation-wise, so.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. Because some of the cutscenes in 2, like, will be really dark because of it. Which is, you know, part of the vibe of the game, of course. But I think that this one has a much more cinematic feel because, like, okay, maybe the light source doesn't make a ton of sense practically. But, like, you know, it's like that old saying, it's like, well, where's this light source coming from? It's like the same place as the music is coming from.
Yeah. Trying to reason with this monster.
Yeah, this like weird faceless creature in a hole.
Oh, Heather, there's no one normal in Silent Hill.
You plan to destroy God.
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play.
She's having such a bad day.
I love the like right angle grid of girders. That's so good. We'll see about that. God.
Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God.
Is every person here a mental case?
I love her so much.
Well,
great.
we're not a person anyway.
Oh my God, he's huge.
Yeah.
I forgot. I completely forgot that this guy existed in this game.
Yeah, he's wild.
He's so cool. Was he, who did the designs for this? Because you said Ito did not do all the designs for this game. Do you know?
He's one of the few that has no concept art and no confirmed artist. I have my theories.
Really?
But we don't know for sure on him.
You want to hit us with your theories?
There were 3 designers: Takashi Ito, Masahiro Ito, and let me Google the third guy's name again. Some of them we have the names and the concept art for. I know exactly who Ito did because he confirmed it. He did Valtiel, the god boss at the end of the game.
Yeah.
The Slurpers, the big guys, the closers, and
Is that what those guys are called? The big guys?
yeah, because they get close to you and they box you in.
Ah, okay.
And I'm trying to remember the last one he did. I'm pulling up the list of monsters because I can't remember all their names. And then the other ones, like the dog, was there's concept art showing who drew the dog. Let me see if I can find that guy's name.
Because the dogs are really interesting in this game. They're like split vertically.
Yes, they look really neat.
They're super cool.
And the original concept art looked far more like just a dog with a split head, just kind of smiling at you.
Yeah.
And then the last one has like bandages and things.
Yeah, like it has been held together and the bandages have failed or something.
Yeah. So the split worm and the split, not split, the what you call it, the little numb body were both designed by Takashi Ito. Then Jun Inoue did the dog, and I believe the missionary and the variations on the missionary. What other monsters we have here? Insane Cancer is the one random one that was done by the director of the game, Kazuhide Nakazawa, who's very, like, his fingerprint in video games is very small. Like, he kind of vanishes, which is really a shame.
That's so, really? Does he leave the industry?
It's hard to tell with Japanese games because a lot of Japanese games, the credits are not like recorded by websites in the West that record games history.
Yeah, they don't have the, you said that, they don't have like the preservation culture yet that we have.
The preservation culture in Japan is very small, and the English side isn't good at recording the Japanese side. So it's just lost, or it's hard to find.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
That's how, like, I think a patent may show that he's still at Konami working on programming, but that's all we can tell.
That's crazy. That's so weird to think that, like, I don't know. I feel like you have somebody who makes a game that I feel like this successful, and horror fans are so rabid. It's so crazy to think about someone just like disappearing, at least as far as paper trails go.
The whole director, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The same thing happened for the second game. Masashi Tsuboyama's kind of vanished.
Really? I thought you said you went on to work on Siren.
No, that was the first game. Keiichiro
Toyama.
Toyama.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Still very big guy, still very well known, and now in charge of his own, he has his own studio working on a game called Slitterhead. He's gone independent, which is fantastic.
That's what I was thinking it, but I didn't
I'm excited about all that. I don't, Siren is very weird and very different. I am all for whatever wildness he wants to make.
Oh, totally.
And then Masashi Tsuboyama worked a little bit on some Wii games and things, and then he kind of vanishes. But the fourth game director, Suguru Murakoshi, he was the art director on Ghostwire Tokyo.
Really?
Yeah, he's working at that studio with Shinji Mikami.
Whoa.
So we actually know. And that's a game that's all about Tokyo and ghosts and like has a lot of things in common with Silent Hill 4, which I find fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, that fits.
Yeah, I'm happy he's still around doing his thing.
Yeah, for sure. That's wild. I didn't realize that he had gone on to work with Mikami.
He actually worked on The Evil Within too.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I love the monster and like environmental designs of the Evil Within games. I don't think the gameplay quite lives up to some of the previous Mikami exhibitions, but I do think visual presentation is impeccable in them.
Ghostwire Tokyo didn't get canceled. I think it went through some delays and things, and it didn't turn out to be exactly the horror game people thought it was going to be. It's more kind of like Shin Megami Tensei-esque, where it's like a adventure game with horror elements. But I've heard it's decent. I've heard it's like good. It's kind of been under the wire, I think. Like a lot of folks in the West haven't really been talking about it. I think it's maybe more popular in Japan.
That's so wild. I want
to try it, but I think part of it's also it may be only on next gen, which may be hurting it too, because I know a lot of folks don't have next gen.
It's gonna be great for like the 150 PS5 owners, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, it's like
Not
really,
me.
yeah,
My PC can't handle those games.
yeah. Mine can get by. You can get the new graphics card that just came out. That's bigger than it's the size of a PS5. Did you see that?
Yeah. God.
God, that's so wild.
Like to play it, but I haven't heard anything about it. Apparently, it's a really solid game, but I think it kind of, because the presentation of it in the trailer originally was very horror, a lot of horror people got excited, and then it turned out to kind of be an adventure game, and people kind of lost interest.
Yeah,
But
just
it's
a
more
shame.
like you explore Tokyo and you like talk to ghosts and do quests for ghosts, and like it looks fascinating.
That's a weird thing that happens weirdly a lot, is like things that aren't horror media getting billed as horror media because I guess the marketing people don't know what to do with it. Like I think about when the movie Parasite hit America. There was like commercials like it was a horror movie. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, super strange.
I think when there's like ghosts or like certain elements, people immediately clock it as horror, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's like lots of good pieces of media that like aren't really horror, but are horror settings. I mean,
Horror
Konami makes
adjacent, horror
Castlevania.
related. Yeah, like I feel like they're connected, but I wouldn't necessarily call it horror.
No, it's like
Like the Addams Family. Like,
yeah, exactly. The monsters.
yeah. We need like a
Precisely.
new half horror genre.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like horror setting. I don't know what there's like not a good word for it, but I know what you're describing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, it's getting about 6. I don't want to keep you too long.
No worries.
If you want to
It's
head
been
out.
great. This
Yeah,
has been
this
fun.
has been awesome. We've had a great time having you. If you'd ever be
Yeah.
interested in coming again, we'd love to have you again.
I'd love to come back.
Awesome. I'm going to pop your link to your YouTube channel up again because I set a command for it. But yeah, everyone, you should check out Muse's YouTube channel, which is full of a lot of really excellent content. Is there anything you'd like to plug from your own work that you're doing?
Thank you. I have currently 3 longer documentaries on the first 3 Silent Hill games. If you want to check those out, the 4th one will be out on Halloween. And working on doing some making of for some other games. Kuon should be coming out this week if I hear from the sponsor soon. And there's a Kodelka one for you if you're a fan of Shadow Hearts. That's a fascinating one too.
That's awesome. And you said you stream sometimes? What's your
Yeah.
Twitch handle? This
I'm
this
actually
question's
on-
for me, but also the audience will appreciate it too.
I do have a Twitch, but unfortunately, I just have always had a bigger audience on YouTube,
Oh,
so
of
I stream
course.
over on my YouTube.
Oh, that's
and
fine.
Nobody shows up at Twitch, so I'm like, okay, I gave up.
Okay, just stream on your YouTube then. Okay, well then the
So
link's
you can
already in the
check
chat.
my YouTube
Perfect.
out, yeah.
Cool.
We're playing Alien Isolation right now.
I know,
I'm
it's
trying
so
to date
good.
the alien. It's going great.
Alien Isolation is so good. She's so beautiful. The alien, I mean.
Yes.
God, that's so great. All right, thank you so much, Muse. And
Thank
I'll
you.
let you get out of here and go back to taking care of Gandalf the Grey.
Yeah, Kitty's over here. Say hi,
Aw.
Kitty.
Hi. All
Bye,
right.
everybody.
Yeah, you have a nice night. Bye.
You too.
All right. That was awesome. See, this is why it pays to send random emails out. We're going to keep streaming, of course. Let me turn the sound back up. And thank you so much to everyone who stopped in specifically for Muse. I was like, I saw the some of his work, and I was just like, I wonder if they'll respond to my email. And he did right away. All right, let's dive back into this then. Hello, everyone. Came from you, stay for Silent Hill. We're happy to have you, Jeff. We've been doing a lot of Silent Hill here. Obviously we're on 3, but we're gonna go up to at least 4. And I'm getting there's a lot of debate about whether or not we go further. Or not. Gotta go play Magic cards? Oh, good luck. Maybe if I asked real nice John Carpenter would do music for the stream. If I was of a size that I thought I could pay John Carpenter to do a short song for the stream, I would do that in a heartbeat. Another vote in favor, Jeff. I want to because I never played any of the later era Silent Hills. I'm interested.
Why did you send her to my father? Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved.
I turn my light on my AC on. Be right back.
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world.
Oh, he's a freak.
And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, kicked you, and made you cry.
Dark Otacon.
The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
I love the weirdo cast of this game. It's so good. They really like started to, like, obviously all of the Silent Hills of the original four have very good casts, but I feel like they've really started to nail down, like Muse was saying, like the animations and the hands. It's just all so good. It's all so well done. All right, time to figure out what to do with this dang thing. Ah, we have a big thing marked on our map. Might as well head that way. What are the roads? Oh, it's just using the map from Silent Hill 2. I was wondering if they were going to use the map from Silent Hill 1, where all the streets are named after famous like Western horror authors, which I thought was a really cute touch. There's like a Kuntz Street and a King Street and a Bachman Street. He's it wrong. She ultimately just wants her girlfriend back. Yeah, that's fair. He's not wrong. He's just a weird. He's just a weird little guy. God, it's incredible how cool, how like, how strong the ambience still remains in these games, like 15 years later. At least in my opinion, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Oh yeah, he's super creepy. Jeff, I feel like it's like textual too, you know, because it's like there's the part where you oh my god, what the it's those things, I hate those things. Ah! Anyway, there's the part where you first encounter him with Heather, and Heather like storms out of the room, and if you try to go back in the room he's in, she says, I don't want to go in there, that weird guy is in there. Which is like part of what I was talking about when we had Muse on, is I really like how Heather's personality comes through in all the interactions she has. Like, there's a weird guy in there. I don't want to go in there. Real peak teen girl moment. Heather's so good. She's such a good protagonist. Yeah, the fog looks good in that's the thing, is like the effects look really good in them, like as Muse will say, like developing new and adventurous ways to like render more things in weirder and grosser ways. It really paid off that they didn't just like use someone else's engine and whatnot. It's just bread. It's bread. There's the famous shot from that goes around the internet all the time of Silent Hill 1 where it's Harry looking at the doghouse and it says like, it's a doghouse, but I'm not really sure because there's not a dog here and the dog is lunging at him. There's a Photoshop somebody made of that where it's Heather looking in there and she's like, it's a bakery, but I can't tell because there's not any bread in here and there's like a large loaf of bread like flying towards her through the air. Leon Kennedy would beat her ass enough. I mean, certainly. I mean, this depends. Which Leon Kennedy we're talking about. Leon Kennedy by Resident Evil 4. Yeah, Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 2. I think Heather could just be like, officer, you're so big and strong. Can you help me? And Leon would be like, aha, yes, yes, yeah, of course. Just like how Ada runs circles around him. You don't need to beat Leon in a fight. You can outsmart him pretty easy.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, no, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
I do.
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on
music's
the
so
other
good in this
side
game.
of the lake.
Church. Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
No, man. Absolutely not. You have like cursed. Oh yeah, like a dark Giles from Buffy. Although Giles himself goes like dark Giles once you get to like Angel, where he like snaps and starts taking things into his own hands. I love the Angel era Giles. Yeah, she doesn't really have any other prospects here, so she kind of just has to like talk to this weird guy. What else are you gonna do, you know? There's not exactly a lot of other people around here. Oh, is that it? Not, is it not Giles? It's a different bespectacled British guy in Angel? Oh man, my memory is failing me. Oh, Wesley. Oh, duh. Sorry. Man, I'm sorry that I get my bespectacled British men mixed up. You have actually killed a vampire in real life? That's wild, Adornam. In real life, are they hot, like Interview with a Vampire, or are they nasty looking, like I Am Legend? They are foul. Okay, that's probably why I mixed up, because Wesley was in Buffy and he gets kicked out for being too dark-sided. Yeah, he goes like really sicko mode in Angel. It's great. He's like the Punisher for vampires in Angel. This is always happening to me. This is what happens when I have dairy.
Oh,
She has it so rough, Jeff. Yeah, exactly, when I'm being brave despite having a tummy ache. I love these, like, weird ziggurats. With some, they're like, you can't really see what's in there super well because of the caging, but there's obviously some kind of, like, bound creature inside of it. Yeah, there's a dead body inside this box thing. There's nothing interesting. It's not, maybe not how I would phrase that. I would maybe say, I don't want to interact with this, but I don't know if you could call this not interesting. Literally, I saw a monkey at the zoo yesterday who had a sign on her enclosure saying, "Please don't shout near Pickles. It stresses her out and gives her an upset stomach." I'm just like Pickles. It's a giant rabbit costume. Isn't this the mascot from the local amusement park? Heather, at this point, Heather's like, all right, it's another, like, skinned body in a cage, whatever. Yeah, she sees the Hellraiser box, it's like not even a big deal to her anymore. Yep, we're back in the prologue area now. It's a popcorn wagon, nothing very interesting about it. Oh my! I went to examine the bench. Oh no. God, that was so much fun. We haven't had a guest other than like a charity stream in so long. I would definitely have to have Muse back again. He was absolutely a treat. What a wealth of knowledge. Oh yeah. We had our first fall during having Muse on. I had never fallen into a hole before. All of a sudden I bring a Silent Hill guest on and I just go plunging into a pit. It's a map of the amusement park, but I can't bring this with me. I guess this is set before everyone had a cell phone, so you can't take a picture of it. The wet floor sign says Piso Mijado on it? What does that mean? I'm gonna go look at it. You've piqued my interest, you see. That one just says wet floor. Is there another one? Nope, just says wet floor, cleaning in progress. But see, sometimes you gotta investigate to know for sure. You helped Muse with the David Lynch knowledge connected to Silent Hill. Oh, that's so cool, Jeff. I love David Lynch. I'm like a new David Lynch disciple, though. I've only started exploring David Lynch's work like in the last couple of years. I really like it. I love like the weird way that David Lynch will like purposefully make voice actors deliver lines in less natural ways. I think is such a cool thing to do. I think it's so interesting and inventive of him. He really has a brain that works in a special way. He used to live where I do, in Philadelphia. In fact, he got robbed in Philadelphia, and it's one of the chief inspirations for one of his films. They call it the Eraser Hood now, the neighborhood he was from. He's not from there originally, but he lived here. Yes, the scene where, yes, Megaspell in the chat asked, did you see when he ate the panties? Yes, I did. The story behind this is like, David Lynch, I don't know if he did like a bet for a forum or something? But he had to put he lost the bet or whatever, and he had to put some woman's panties in his mouth. And so the video starts and he's sitting with this woman, and he's like, this is for X forums, you know, I gotta do thing. And she hands him the underwear, and he stuffs it in his mouth. But afterwards, he takes the underwear out and turns to her and he goes, I'm gonna keep these, okay? It's so good. I'm gonna keep these, all right? Yes, Mr. Lynch. I still need to watch season 3 of Twin Peaks. I've only seen the first 2 seasons. But when I was talking to, we had the gay Chingy on before, and she was saying that it just kind of gets better and better as it goes on, and like the newer stuff is like better than it ever has been before even. So I really gotta check it out. That's a very high praise from someone like her, who I think is like very knowledgeable about that kind of thing. So rabbit stuffed animal here. Got an ampy. That's what I was trying to get. Yeah. That's what everyone's saying, Jeff. Is like the return is great. Yeah, I still gotta see Firewalk with Me as well. That, and I need to get back to watching The X-Files, which is not related, but I had stopped. I thought of it because I stopped watching The X-Files to start watching Twin Peaks. Because both of them are things that I was watching specifically for the stream so that we can do specific kinds of content. Watching Twin Peaks so that we could do Deadly Premonition, which we need to get back to. I switched off of it one day and forgot about it. And I was watching X-Files so that we can play the X-Files Resident Evil clone for the PS2. I think it's called X-Files Resist or Serve? But what a strange game to exist. I need to stream it. Which seasons are the good seasons of X-Files, RB? I need to watch up. I was like the first 7. Yeah, the X-Files video game takes place at like an extremely specific time in the X-Files timeline. It's not just like, it's like, oh, look at the side story. It's like, no, it takes place like specifically between episodes 3 and 4 of season 7 or something like that. And so I need to watch up to at least up to that part so that we can stream it. I need to adjust the volume so you guys could hear me, and also so I could hear myself think that these things are around. It's a ticket booth, but there's no one inside. Jeffrey, I feel the same way. I think that they're really cool looking, but man, I hate to fight them, and the sound they make drives me nuts. Which is, I assume, effective because it's a scary sound. But, I hate to fight them. I hate it. But Silent Hill 3 has a lot of enemies. It's like Silent Hill 1 in this way, where it's got a lot of enemies that I feel like are best handled by just like running by them. Locked. We had a dream where we died on this. I feel like maybe I shouldn't walk this just yet. This says it's locked, not that it's broken. It makes me want to try to get in there. But, you know what? If we die, we die. There's plenty of saves. It'll just let us continue. Let's find out if we have to do something like that before I go wandering around aimlessly. The 90s FMV X-Files game. I don't know much about it. I know it exists. I know it got ported to the PS1. But I don't know enough about it to have an opinion on it yet. But I definitely want to play the Resident Evil clone one. But I'm also just obsessed with Resident Evil clones, you know? Well, you win some, you lose some. Alright. Let's do this again, but this time we find a key. Yeah, exactly. You win some, you grew some. Well put. My avatar from work from home job is a promo picture of David Duchovny, and I think at least 60% of my coworkers think it's my face. I mean, hey, David Duchovny was a very good-looking man, especially like in his X-Files days. It's not a bad person to have everybody think you are. My avatar on Discord is a picture of Sakura from Street Fighter. And I learned recently that nearly everybody thinks it's a drawing that I had commissioned of myself. It is the drawing of Sakura from the Street Fighter Duel concept art. You're right, Todd. Locked. Looking like Jack Black but tall is a good look too, Neatly Salad. Huh? They're doing things to scare me again. Lock's broken. Season 3 is when X-Files kicks off. I'm just going to pitch this to the field. For those of you who have an opinion, what is your favorite X-Files episode? Mine is the one with the boat that makes you old. Lizzie's with the 10 bits. Thank you. Oh, you're actually here. Hello, beautiful. Oh, hi, Lizzie. Thank you so much for coming by. The old boat is my favorite one. It's so good. Oh yeah, the Christmas one with the ghost couple's really good. Which one is that, Jeffrey? The other one I really like a lot, me and Tess like this one a lot, is the one with the freak show that's got, first of all, it has the Enigma, who is like a real-life circus performer in it. He's playing a character based on himself called the Conundrum, which I think is really funny. Yeah, I mean, the X-Files is great in general, gist. But those are good ones especially. They, like, the one, I forget what the actual monster stuff from it is, to be perfectly honest. The episode where Fox Mulder meets, like, another attractive woman and Scully has, like, jealousy over it. I love that episode. The woman that he meets is so funny. She's supposed to be like, she's like, Tess put it really well, she's like a bimbo entomologist. It's a really good character. Yes, the one where her name is Bambi. Yes, it's the one where there's the conversation between Mulder and Scully, where Mulder's like, yeah, well, I was talking to Bambi, and Bambi thinks, and Scully goes, her name is Bambi? And he goes, well, yeah, her Bambi, she does this, and she just says again, her name is Bambi? That is such a good interaction. Such a good character moment. Let me go back to the, only place we could have checked is the store. I want to see if something had maybe changed in there after we heard that crash. This is the only place I can think of we haven't checked. Bambi looks like the OK Boomer girl. The way that Tess and I described Bambi from the X-Files episode is that, we said that she looks like an actress from a porn parody of Jurassic Park. No! I didn't realize the health was so low. No, I don't want to play. What? Whoa, what? What was that? Lizzie, same. I literally just turned on my fan and I had, like, knee-high socks on with this dress. I just took them off. I just, like, slid them off. They're underneath my thing now because I was getting sweaty from the tension. It always happens to me. It's so bizarre that X-Files and Cops did a crossover. But honestly, it's weirdly brilliant, the idea of, like, combining, like, what is essentially, like, a reality-adjacent show with, like, a piece of supernatural fiction like that is really clever. Good thing I came back, at least. I missed those. Cav includes Mulder and Scully. They're the only feds I trust. Nothing I really need. Let's go figure out where that sound came from. I would watch an X-Files Reno 911 crossover. I like both of those shows. Oh, all these... Whoa! Okay. There's a save point here. Sweet seem to have fallen from the shelf and got crushed. This wasn't part of my dream. Minty with the tip! $6.90, thank you so much! That's super appreciated. We are a donation-supported stream, so it's always very much appreciated. Thank you so much, Minky Binky. Been working on a new one. Milky Bilky. Just an idea I had. Got the... Ooh, there we go. X-Files to make a great Disco Elysium style game. Yeah, I could see that being good, honestly. I feel like it probably couldn't be as political as Disco Elysium just because I don't think it would fit. It would fit with the setting as well. But I think that kind of like narrative-driven adventure game could definitely be good for that. Yeah, the reason we haven't done the X-Files games is because Tess and I were watching X-Files together. And then, you know, Tess joined the stream as my co-host and she streams on the weekends. And she's great, but it does mean that we don't hang out very much anymore in person because one of us is always streaming every single day of the week. So unfortunately, we haven't got a chance to catch up on the X-Files yet, but I need to do that. It is the cost you pay working with your partner, unfortunately. It's the roller coaster key. I guess it could be someone's leg. Yeah, like legs, plural, and like torso. There's that effect again that Muse was telling us about, though. The like moving textures thing. The gadget to control a roller coaster. I don't know how to make it work. There's a power switch on the left-hand side. Health drink, health drink. One of these must be a switch I can flip, surely. Turn it off, yes. Oh, some sound stopped. You're right, or it could be a single extremely thick leg split in half. I should have considered that possibility. What? Ah, she makes it away this time. Okay. I was about to say, man, what did I do wrong?
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when a lesser, Mother of God, truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
It's a miracle no one's shot you yet, Claudia.
Then I truly do pity you.
ticket booth, but there's nothing unusual about it. You like Claudia? Ah, I see. I just feel like the interaction you have with Claudia earlier where you're like, my dad's been murdered, and Claudia's like, yeah, we did that, and I told them to do that, and I did it just to piss you off. I probably would have shot her there. like, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but if somebody killed my dad when I was a teenager and was openly, like, gloating about it at me, and I had a gun already, like, I had it, and I've been shooting stuff already. Ticket booths usually don't have anything unusual about them, but here, everything usually has something unusual about them. Like, yeah, or even Minty, like, I don't even think I would think about it, you know? I would just be like, wow, my dad's been murdered, and this woman would be there and be like, I did the murder, and I'd be like... I probably would feel bad about it afterward, but, like, I would definitely do it. Who knows, maybe I wouldn't even. I don't know. I get why, she didn't do it. Like, it's obviously different between shooting a weird monster and shooting a person. But I don't know if I would be able to contain myself. Oh, I forgot about the Borley Haunted Mansion. I forgot that there was a haunted house in this. I should save before I go. The Shinzo Abe thing is crazy, March of the Slunks. Never before has someone done something like that and just had everybody, like, agree with him. Like, I can't think of a time, like, throughout history that has ever happened. Compared to when Shinzo Abe got killed, that guy was like, I did it because of the cults. And the entire Japanese populace was like, why do we have those cults? Crazy. I've never seen a reaction like that. I've never seen anyone be like, just like it's interesting to me from like a historical perspective, I guess. Oh, I love this place. This is so good.
We're so glad you came.
Doing well, Bass. How you doing?
Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door.
I'm doing well, Bass. I am making my way through Silent Hill 3. We had a guest earlier on the stream, which is a lot of fun.
Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to. Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide.
Echo, yeah, I mean, he was very knowledgeable. He had a lot of stuff to say that was really good. Yes. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you're probably, you know, I imagine a lot of people who watch here are used to seeing trans femmes on the stream, and so they hear a voice, and they go, that's probably another trans femme that Very has dragged on. It was not. No, he was super knowledgeable. He really knew his stuff. I would say a lot of the facts that I quote to you guys are from his content. It's just so exhaustive. It's so good.
That's Danny. A quiet young man, but quite friendly as you can see. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
That's okay, Echo. You correct yourself and you move on. No one will be mad at you as long as you make the correction. No worries. But yo, dropkick, I had the same reaction. First time I played this, I like jumped out of my seat when that guy dropped down.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing. I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. I love this area, though. I love haunted
There's the
houses, though.
exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you prefer, we could come and visit you instead. That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them forever. I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier.
Whoa, wow! It kills you instantly! Whoa, okay. Wow! Okay, I tried to check that door and I died. No more checking anything. We're just sprinting, I guess. I am from Philly. I don't know if they're doing... They were alleging that they weren't going to do Terror Behind the Walls anymore, but maybe that was only during COVID. If they're doing it again, Bree, I would love to do it. I've been to Terror Behind the Walls before, and it's a little pricey, but it's so nice. It's so cool. Yeah, the rumor was that they weren't going to do it again, but I need to check. I feel like, I don't know. It's one of the best haunted houses in the area. It would be so sad if they don't do it again. Terror Behind the Walls is an old, like, religious penitentiary from, like, the 1800s or something. It's been out of use for a really long time as a prison. But years and, you know, like, many, many years ago, it was a prison that has been converted into, like, this crazy haunted house. It's super cool.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please, help! Help! Do you hear those voices?
What a great combination of two bad words. What? Religious penitentiary? Yeah. I say that because it was actually, like, very important to, like, how they did the...
That's Danny, a quiet young man.
It was like a
This mansion
Puritan
is
prison,
quite
which, as you
old,
can
so
imagine, was
please
pretty
watch.
dastardly.
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
It was one of the first prisons with a what's called a panopticon, which is like you create like a central place with a bunch of mirrors, and then everything else comes off of that. All the cells come off it in like a hub and spoke kind of structure, so that if you're in the center, you can see everywhere. Which obviously turned out to like
There's
be
the
a really
exit.
unpleasant way
I
to be
hope
in
you
prison. They
enjoyed
don't really
your
do that very much like that anymore, but
That was
crazy, yeah.
supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them forever.
check any doors. Just there we go. Oh no, it's not. Oh come on! There's a second room of this, man. Don't make me do this twice. All right. This way. Whew. Oh, there's a new Depresión Señora song? Ooh, I'll have to check that out. Love that guy. Great music. I've just been listening to Dagoth Wave for like the I listened to 2 hours of Dagoth Wave after stream last night while I played Dungeon Crawl. There's so much good dialogue in this that I feel like I don't get a chance to read because of how many enemies are everywhere. But that's Silent Hill for you, I suppose. Health drink and shotgun shells. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What's he say? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. That's it. Pop up my... I think I can see that closer. New Sile, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. It's about Huey the horse, one of the park's mascots. But that's a lot of information I really don't need right now. Popcorn wagon. How's your fart? You have to be serious. Oh, I am so glad that you feel that way. It's so cute to see people in love. Speaking of cute partner stuff, Tess is going to be taking this Sunday off of the stream. Because Tess and I are going to go to the Renaissance Fair on Sunday together as a date. Because obviously we both work a lot on the stream. And we both love streaming, but we don't get to see each other as much as we did before, obviously. And so we decided to take a day off so that we can have a nice date day together. And we're going to drive all the way up to the Renaissance Fair to have some mead. And if they're not too expensive, maybe I'll get her a dagger or something. It'll be fun. I'm really excited. Yeah, maybe I'll cut her down in a duel. She would love that. I'm going to force her to drink beer. I know, that makes it sound like I'm like shoveling it down her throat. What I do to Tess is Tess doesn't like the taste of beer, but like in the same way that like you don't like the taste of beer when you're like 16 and you tried it for the first time, you're like, ew, this is yucky. So every time I have a beer, I make her take a little sip of it to like slowly build up her tolerance. Poor baby. As someone else who feels the same way, I want your opinion on this. Do you like cider? I like cider. I'm curious if you do. There's a follow-up point to this. It's borderline. Interesting. Okay. Because Tess feels the same way. She doesn't like ciders either, and that blows my mind. What do you like, a mixed drink or a White Claw or something? My ideal drink is a margarita, but I could still have a beer when it comes down to that. It's just so much cheaper to have a beer. I got a red shoe. Cranberry vodka. Oh man, I could go for. I haven't had cranberry vodka forever. I like White Claw too. You know what it is about White Claw? There's like one White Claw, in my opinion, that's significantly better than the rest, or one kind. The like White Claw Surf or whatever they call them. For some reason, the flavors that come in that pack are like so much better than all the other flavors. They're so good. Yes, yes. Someone knows what I'm talking about. Finally, they're so good. Oh, Echo, that's so cute. I haven't had plum wine, Jeffrey. That sounds like it's probably good. In Ireland, we have a drink called Buckfist, which is tonic wine with a ton of caffeine, and it's banned in America because it makes people violent. We had the American version of that. We actually had our own American version of Buckfast. It was called Four Loko? And we banned that too because it kept killing all these teenagers. Yours probably has like a proud brewing history though. Ours was just like a bunch of psychos. Was like, what if we put caffeine pills into a like bad malt liquor sweet drink? Oh, is Buckfast like a liqueur strength? I would kill for a map of this area. I just don't remember where it appears in this level. Switch is off. What's the point of turning it on now? Forget it. Okay. Door doesn't seem locked, but I can't open it. Could it be rusted? I'm not strong enough to budget no matter how hard I pull. But there's got to be a way. I have like a chain with a hook, right? Test the chain to the door handle. This half is fine. Better do something with the other half, though. Not time to start playing around with stuff like this. No, I want to see if I can hook the hook to it. No, not there. This column here, wouldn't that work? Okay, there we go. I must just not have been targeting the specific thing. Test the chain to the column. Cool. Anything else up here? Buckfist, also known as commotion lotion and wreck the hoose juice. That's very funny. It's 15%? Good God. There's a British version of Four Loko called Dragon Soup. It's the only drink to ever give me a hangover. I was still drinking it. I had a drink that was an American Four Loko knockoff called Extra Kinky. And it was really, really bad. It's one of the worst. I would, you know, get all kinds of things to drink when I was touring in bands, just like based on what the store would have in stock or what seemed fun for the night. And I had Extra Kinky before a show, and it was the worst thing I ever drank in my entire life. Ooh, a Long Island iced tea. Yeah, treat yourself. I've had Long Island iced tea in forever. Actually, I think I can remember the exact last time I had a Long Island iced tea. It was during the Democratic National Convention in 2016, and I was at a some kind of event with the Chapo Boys, and one of them realized that it was an open bar, a fully stocked open bar, and then we just all proceeded to just like repeatedly order Long Island iced teas. I had like 2 of them. Yeah, it was really good. Sounds like Matt. It might have been. It's, you know, we all drank Long Island iced tea, so I don't remember it very well. That was where I met those guys, though. You can get a serious trip from the right cough syrup. Yeah, but then you gotta drink a bunch of cough syrup, you know? Even when I was like a reckless teenager, and I was like, I'm gonna do all the drugs. My friends were like, we're gonna robo trip. Do you want to? I was like, man, I don't want to drink a whole bottle of cough syrup. I just don't have the stomach fortitude to do something like that to my body.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
Can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
What? I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how a god of mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
There's a dead body inside this box thing. Nothing interesting here. You remind me of my son. He died, twirling his mustache after tying a woman to the railroad tracks. I got a doll head! The symbol usually looks unnatural and weird. Here, it sort of seems to fit. Still makes me feel creepy, though, like someone's peeking into my brain. Yeah, exactly. I'm always getting doll head. Thurston Falco! With a 12-month... Oh, the 1-year resub! Let's go! Look at that shiny first badge. Client Claudia Wolf. Request. Searching for then infant Alessa Gillespie. Kidnapped by man named Harry Mason. No word from police. Kidnap location unknown. Old Silent Hill newspaper article. Alessa Gillespie 7. Dead in fire. Link to current case. To be investigated. Priority low. Using alias Heather. Neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? Got Douglas's notebook. Ooh, interesting. Ah! Hit myself in the face with my microphone, just like, you know, a professional does. Oh, we still have an... Obviously, you guys can see it on screen, but we still have an ongoing promotion with Quip. You find yourself in need of a toothbrush, you can get your first refill for free by using code STREAM at our link. Type ! Quip into the chat if you want to check it out. You can read it for a recap of Silent Hill. You lose points? That's so weird. Then again, having a game like this with a point system at all is kind of weird. Sorry, my shoulder was real stiff. It's all better now, though. It helped me. I've recovered. And now let's continue onward. Question for you: what's the current big new game that a very high amount of streamers are playing? You know, Bass, I wouldn't really know, because it's kind of not really what we do on this channel. We're more of like a retro deep dive sort of channel. So I could tell you what horror movies are coming out. I could tell you what retro games I'm working on. But as far as like what's the hot game for everyone to be streaming right now, I'm not sure. We're kind of a specialty product here. What is this? There's photos on the ground. What's this? Are these photos of those dolls? Cinderella on the left and Snow White on the right. But something's wrong. Ah, yes, Fortnite. My beloved. Snow White doll. She's supposed to be holding something, and she's not. Is it the doll head? The Cinderella doll. Let me look at those pictures again. She's holding that. Oh, it's the shoe. Okay. The shoe we found goes on the Cinderella. Of course, duh. Yeah, Overwatch 2 probably. To call Overwatch 2 a new game is kind of a stretch. But that would probably be it. No knob or handle on the door. Yes, Overwatch 2 is like identically the same game. The main thing they added was microtransactions. There's a dragon that guards the treasure chests. It's just a prop, and not scary at all. Jeez, tough critic. Oh, there's a hole there. Ah! Go. Anything here? Something. Dahlia's the one who said it. Said that girl was a demon, but she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought, that girl looks like Cheryl. Is that why I feel this way? Something's not normal anyway. Nothing good will come from this. But I can't think of her as just a demon. Is it my imagination? Or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for someone to help? Cheryl's what's important to me. Everything else can wait until I've gotten her back. There's a date and a signature at the end. It's dated 17 years earlier and signed by Harry... Dad? Switch ad victim, hello. Welcome. Harry, stop to write some environmental storytelling. Well, what I think it actually is, RB, is don't you use those pads to save the game in Silent Hill 1? Not that I know of, Echo. But I could be wrong. When I have a guest on, I'll be honest, like, I don't remember the chat as well as normal because I'm so focused on making sure that, like, I deliver a, engaging dialogue with my guest. I have not played Dead by Daylight, although it looks really cool because everyone says that the community is really sweaty and toxic. Which I'm really sensitive, and so if I play a multiplayer game and somebody tells me that like I'm doing bad or whatever, or like I suck, I just stop playing it. Like I tried to play Apex once. My wife had to go to the bathroom. She was playing Apex and she let me hop in, and some guy like insulted me a bunch and I just turned the console off. I was like, I don't play video games to deal with this shit. The baby did get fed, Sean. I love this, the hooks through the horses and stuff. This one's different. There's a memo pinned to the horse's side with a huge nail. When 13 turns count 4, you will die from their curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. Before you are killed, you will be saved by the 12th death. Oh, to kill before you are killed. To save the 12th death. Horse the only one not moving is because it was stabbed in the head. Where's my katana? Oh, okay, so these can be killed. Okay. Or killed, quote unquote. They can be disabled, I suppose. My wife wasn't playing. My wife, it was, you know, I was playing the match for her. And then she, like, but yes, I turned it off. I get upset when people are, I get upset when people are mean to me in the games, which is why I don't play multiplayer games. I'm very sensitive, actually. It's a little embarrassing, but it's the truth. Yeah, see, Minty, hearing stuff like that, like, oh, post-game Dead by Daylight lobby chats can be rough. It's like, okay, I'll just not play it, you know? That's, like, how it works for me, at least. But it's a shame because, like, the idea of that game really appeals to me. But, like, you know, you can't learn a game without being bad at it at first, and I don't really want to suffer through a bunch of people being dicks to me. You know? Like, I'm already trans on the internet. Like, people are dicks to me, go out of their ways to be dicks to me. I don't need it in my leisure time, too. Echo Bass, it's a shame. If you were a subscriber, you wouldn't be getting any ads. Oh, stuffed animal time. We got it. Hold on, let me cut these guys down. Is there any left? Or did I get them all? I think I did it? Did I pull it off? Or am I gonna die? We'll find out. Todd, I gotta do a little sub-shilling now and then. My subscribers are let me do this. So if you are a subscriber, thank you very much. Ooh, what do we have here? God, the sound design. Kind of bad though. Do I have what do I have as far as ammo? I'm still have like no shotgun shells still. Mark the Slums with the gift sub! Bass, enjoy your gift sub. Thank you so much. I can't tell if these shots are hurting her. She does a stance like she's defending, but that doesn't mean anything in a game like this. Like how all of Pyramid Head's shots at him all sound like they're deflecting off of his thing, but they're actually hurting him. See, this is why you don't bring a knife to a katana fight. No, come back! Face my deadly Hanzo steel! Get back here, you Hot Topic reject! You extra from the set of Blade! Yeah, no, Heather looks good with the black hair. My phone was blowing up and I thought it was an emergency. It's just all of my friends excitedly texting each other about Magic the Gathering cards. Evil Heather defeated! My short katana is... Is that 7 feet long? What? It is 2 feet long. Whoa! Whoa! Somebody's got a gun! Gun Heather just dropped. Yeah, 2 and 7, close enough, you know. Same difference. There we go, now we're getting those back shots in. You like back shots, Heather? Stay down. Yeah, she truly was not using the gun to its optimal capability. She should have just been backing up the whole time. This is a much more effective weapon to choose against me because she can attack me with like proper spacing to like dodge my katana. Man, I sure wish I knew what the block button was. Oh well. Maybe I can figure it out in the menu. I'll be honest, I'm not sure who in the chat said you should be blocking too. Oh, Kringus did. I was like, I can block? Button config. Can I block? If I can, I'm not sure how. Square? No, it's okay, AJ. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, it seems like that doesn't seem to be the mapping on this one, which is weird because otherwise the mapping is very similar to the PlayStation 1, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, you're right. You have to have your weapon ready. Thank you. We've done it. We figured it out. Whoa! She's got the gat? Jesus Christ! Give her those back shots. Whew. Good. I was about to say, I want to get this one taken care of fast. Kick her. Ah, you have to hit the guard has to be hit at, ah, god damn it. The guard, if I wasn't trying to guard, maybe I would have made it through. But I also spent a lot of healing items, so I could probably do it better. You have to guard it like the right time. It's like Sekiro. It's kind of like a rhythm game, you know? And it's hard at first, but like after a while, it just kind of clicks. Now we're rocking her. Shadows die twice, baby. Woo! This is the stuff. Thank you, AJ and Kringus. Your combined efforts have really unlocked a pretty significant thing for this fight for me. Thank you. Alright, let's do this. Alright! Wow. Blocking the gun with my sword. This is just like fighting Ichin Sekiro. Ah, come on! I didn't realize I was that hurt. Ah, that's life. We'll get back into it. Right now, though, it's my thing is looking weird. I want to make sure that everything is okay on my phone. Ah, that's life. Just my chat being so wonky. Huh. Oh well. We're going back into it. We continue. Onward and upward! Todd with the $1 donation says, chat is dead Twitch wide. Yeah, I've noticed things are a little wonky right now. They'll be back, I'm sure. Thank you guys for hanging out. Anyway, we're gonna keep chopping these up, and I'm not gonna stop streaming if you guys are not gonna stop watching. Oh no. You know, I saw this scene in the movie, like, the movie has the scene in it where she fights her evil self. And I didn't realize that this actually happened in the game. I remember being like, this seems a little hokey. And then I played the game and I was like, oh no, this is actually how it goes down. This version is much cooler though. Much more gnarly. Ah! Shit, fuck my bad guys. I spilled my poppers everywhere. I spilled my poppers on the one big computer that powers Twitch chat. Oh, welcome to, I just see a welcome to the chat room, which makes me hope our chat was going to be right back. I was finally able to connect. Looks like it will be fixed shortly. Thank you guys so much. We're back! Let's go! W's in the chat. Esbaro emo in the chat. The full text of Moby Dick in the chat. Nightbot was a casualty. That's okay. I can re-add Nightbot after this. It's not a huge deal. Yeah, exactly. Entire screenplay of B-movie in the chat. Oh, Echo, you're so sweet. Thank you. Call me Ishmael. The reason I said that is my favorite... Do you guys remember Clickhole? It was like an Onion-type article, but it was making fun of BuzzFeed. It was very popular like 10 years ago. Or maybe not even 10, maybe like 7 years ago. But they ran an article that I think is like one of my favorite internet jokes, which is, it was an article entitled, My time spent on a commercial whaling ship really changed my outlook on life. And then the text of the article was the entirety of the text of Moby Dick, but they've replaced every instance of him talking about the book with the word blog. I love that. It's such a good bit. And even the title is so buzzy. Like, my time spent on a commercial whaling ship really changed my outlook on life. This is the one you really need to block for. This is the owl father of fights against yourself, wielding a pipe. Woo! There we go. Kringus with a $5 tip, thank you! My controller's vibrating, am I dying? I could be better. There we go. The problem is usually you can tell your health by the controller vibrating, but because we are on this carousel, my controller is just vibrating continuously, and it's harder to tell how much health you have during this fight, which I'm sure was intentional. It's interesting. Like, there's so much movement, I can't get a sense of my sense of self. Woo! Cut down in their prime! Oh, nice try. Sure would be a shame if someone were to cut you down with some deadly Hanzo steel. Yes, follow me. Woo! Awful aggressive of you, Dark Heather. There we go. It's death blow time, baby! This is like a weirdly, most fights in these games are kind of more just like scripted. You just like run around until you win. This is like weirdly more skill intensive than your average Silent Hill boss fight. What I get? Ah, she got me. Really ripping through healing items in this fight. Not an easy one, that's for sure. It's hard to predict when your hits are going to stagger her versus when she'll, like, super frames through them. I think is one of the hard parts of this fight. Is that the last one? Please say that's the last one. Woohoo! We love to see it. It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. That child, that demon. When I think of the endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, I decided that instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death upon myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. Alessa. I guess it's kind of strange for me to call you that, since you're me. But you know what? You and I don't think alike after all. And it's not that I don't remember that sick room either. That seems to confirm the theory that that was Alessa. To the chatter who said that. Also, I need to hydrate. God, the design just looks so good in this game. Like, even just this is just a hole in the wall that you don't enter. It's just for decoration. But, like, what a striking visual. But the, like, it's almost like it's, like, either there's claw marks or it's, like, wrapped, like plastic wrap around. It's really, oh, it's just so cool looking. I love how this game looks. The visual design is just so out of this world. Who is Alessa? Alessa is the little girl who was originally tried to use to birth the demon from the first game. And then she was adopted by Harry Mason. And then that's why Harry came to Silent Hill, because Alessa wanted him to go there. Or Cheryl, who is now, of course, Heather. So basically, the little kid from the first game, who was also the person who was tortured to try to revive the demon, who was Harry's daughter, is who we are playing as right now. She's been Harry had renamed her and basically didn't tell her anything that happened because he didn't want her to, like, have, like, the insane trauma of all of that, naturally, hanging over her. And besides, before she soloed this, who would believe him anyway, even if he said that? Yes, exactly, Jess. Alessa was sort of split into a baby named Cheryl and then again into Heather. Yes, that's correct. That's probably a more accurate way to put it. But mine was a little bit more abbreviated than that. But that's correct. Stained by the evils of this world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal us these wounds. Interesting phrasing. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night, we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. Ooh. Ooh, spooky. I need to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to be right back. You guys go ahead and spam those animated emotes for me. Do a little dancing. I will be right back. Hello. I'm back. Bring me my controller. I have gaming to do. Thank you. Here we are. I give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise, O Lord. We will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. Came back from practicing empty. Oh, you're practicing Magic the Gathering? Hell yeah. I think I'm going to... I get paid soon, because when you stream, you only get paid once a month. So it creates this weird cycle of, like, you have a zillion bucks and then you have zero for, like, the second half. And I'm in that period right now. But when I get paid again, I think I'm going to buy myself a Magic the Gathering card. I think I've earned it. I want the card Farewell. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. Whoa, newly salad, that's awesome. That's a hell of a prize support. That's really great. I do have the Fortnite cards. Last time we played, I did a whole bit about it. I played the Wrath of God from that, which is called Closing Storm. The Fortnite Wrath of God. And I was like, I did a whole bit about it. I was like, so I peer through the multiverses, and I settle, and suddenly a portal opens, and I pull in the storm from Fortnite! Something written on the door. The door is the gate which leads to the road of paradise. Embrace the bosom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours. Hello, Brucker House. Oh man, newly salad. The table that I play Magic at.
How did you get
Oh,
here?
I'll talk about afterward, after cutscene.
It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here.
Kinda.
When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins.
I'm gonna start blasting you, lady.
The paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father. Just witch. No one asked you to help.
What is growing within you?
Oh no, we're pregnant.
You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do.
That's good.
She's pregnant with the evil god. She has a tummy ache, but she's being brave about it. Eye of Night tarot card. Found this in the chapel. Is this a real tarot card, though? No, the Eye of Night is not a real card. I guess it could be the moon, but it's certainly not a normal tarot card. Oh, yes. It's about the Blood Bowl and Magic the Gathering being touchdown. Yeah, my Magic the Gathering commander table, one of our players' big win con is Approach of the Second Sun. So I have to tell him about that. He might get it. If they made a card called Touchdown that did the same thing as Approach of the Second Sun, but it had the Eagles on it, he'd have it in a heartbeat. That's where I need to be. There's no reason to go back to the amusement park. Okay. Lock is broken. That's right, Arbeat. Salvation. God made time. Oh, these are like in an order. I'm going to start at the number 1. This number 1? 1. Origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached, and their hearts held nothing but hatred. They fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in eternal quagmire. Birth. A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. A woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy. Feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth, God was born from those two people. Salvation. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy. And God took endless time away from the people. This is the origin of Fortnite that I'm reading right now. Creation. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. The red god, Zulchabara, the yellow god, Labsavith, many gods and angels. Finally, God set out to create paradise. People will be happy just by being there. Oh, Aiden Isaac, thank you for the follow. Promise. But there, God's strength ran out, and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved for this unfortunate event, yet God breathed her last. She returned to the dust, promising to come again. Faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. Wait and hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. Yeah, honestly, Paragon is right. This really has got big Eternal Darkness vibes, right? You get some Paragons in the chat? I was thinking about having a Paragon emote made next time we play Eternal Darkness. Nothing I can do with the organ. I don't know how to play anyway. Someone who has seen you play Eternal Darkness is giving you major Eternal Darkness vibes. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they both draw on similar, like, you know, Western occultism tropes. But it just, this area specifically has massive Eternal Darkness vibes. Shot collar. I do need a shot collar tech. You know what I really need, RB? It's the, my old artist, my old emote artist has become unresponsive, so I need a new emote artist to draw new me and Tess's. But the problem is when you post on Twitter trying to get new emotes, you get spammed by 1,000 bots that are all just like, oh, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. And so it becomes impossible to get, like, any real advice. Oh, is this the map for this area? I got the church map. That rules. I love that. It's like a children's drawing. This actually determines what ending you get for the game. This thing we're about to do here. Oh, Brucker House, send me a DM.
I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. And I'll go to my death gladly, and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there.
Yeah, send me a Discord message, Brucker House. Let me see some of your work.
I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please. Also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
What do you say? So, basically, if you forgive her, you get the good ending. If you don't forgive her, you get the bad ending. Yes, this is the woman who is just talking to you. She does not know that she is talking to you right now, though. She is doing a confessional. And so she's confessing her sins and her guilt. And you get the good ending if you forgive her. Because the whole thing that is that the God that is growing inside of you is powered by your hate. So if you indulge in your hatred, it does not end well for you. I forgive you.
I forgive you.
Thank you, Lord.
Exactly. Yeah, we're being pragmatic in our forgiveness here. It's going very well, honest Dad. We're getting near the end of Silent Hill 3. This is the final area of Silent Hill 3. Yeah, I've pargoned her. But yeah, the idea is like, if you choose to continue the cycle of revenge, you get the bad ending. Which I think is a clever way to do it because, like, by this point in the game, you certainly don't really want to forgive her. And that's like, she tells you actively, like, that's the point. She wants you to hate her. Whoa! I've never seen you with this crazy character model. You look cool. Anyway, I'm getting out of here because you're scary. Well, Echo, she is... One, she does not know she's confessing to you. She can't see you through the confessional. And two is, she needs you to hate her for her mission. So she wouldn't care about you forgiving her, you know? It's about... You're experiencing a private moment of her own guilt. And you have the choice to like, soothe her guilt or to, like, continue down the path of revenge that she has already gone down. But ultimately the most important thing is that God gets stronger with your hate. The evil God gets stronger with your hate. So you have to fight against that instinct. I got a cassette tape. It's a lap blanket. I don't think I'll need it. I'm not cold. I love this shot, this forced perspective shot with the lantern in the foreground. This is so cool. Yes, exactly, Kringus. She feels bad for what she's done, but she has a religious compunction to do what she thinks needs to be done. I know, me too, Neely Salad. I hate to fight against my hate. Don't worry, we'll play this again at some point, and we'll do the hateful evil ending. Next time we'll be evil. This is probably only of interest to like 1 or 2 viewers, but if you are one of those viewers, I want to brag about something. Are any of my Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup players in the chat? If not, that's fine. Let's see what's over here. Saint Alessa, Mother of God, Daughter of God. This picture, that's me. I'm holding the baby. And I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago. And the me here and now that sought life. Silent Hill is a Twitch streamer who probably didn't groom any of his viewers. Yeah, see, the trick is you adopt an of-age girlfriend to be your simp, and then you don't have to worry about any of that. I would never be a creep to any of my viewers, because why bother? I have Tess at my house simping for me regularly. No. But anyway, St. Nicholas, miraculous hands, a doctor of God. Exactly, my emotional support girl twink. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith under death's blade. You legit thought Tess lived in the same house at the end of my bed. No, I live with my wife. Where to now? In a cage at the end of my bed. We are going to do the dog cage stream at some point, that's true. Wheelchair here, just a plain old wheelchair. Picture of an angel flying into the heavens, nothing special. Where's that crying coming from? Pixel Pixie, hello, welcome. Things are going well. We had a very great guest appearance. Stream is going wonderful. We're at the very end now. Girl's cries and footsteps disappeared beyond the painting. Will I move the picture of the angel? Yes. Woo! Yeah, I will put the guest appearance VOD on YouTube for sure. Usually we upload it on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I think since Muse is a YouTuber, I might try to get it up sooner. But regardless, it'll be up obviously on my Twitch for the next 60 days either way. Two cute girls. Like, it's very nice, Echo. It's a nice way to live. I know that being poly is not for everyone, but it works for me and it makes me happy. I gotta say, I very much prefer it to back when I was monogamous. Some people prefer that, and that's fine. But for me, it makes me happy. Ooh, God. I love the cinematic camera work in these. It's so good. God. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my God, are there? Was that what I think it was? Was that an emissary, the boss fight from earlier? Oh my God, it is! Please open. Oh, thank God. Oh. There's a book on tarot here. Tarot is based on the 22 Hebrew consonants, said to represent the entire world. Each card, numbered 0 through 21, has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician. That's a weird way to phrase that. To call the Magician the first card, because it's card number 1, but there's card number 0 before it, the Fool. That's interesting. To call it the first card instead of card number 1 is, I don't know. It's semantics. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm taking my outside tarot knowledge and being annoying. Anyway. Signifies creation, wisdom, and beginnings, or destruction and fraud. The second card, the High Priestess, denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. According to some texts, the Gardner deck had more than 22 cards. The Gardner deck does not exist today, as mentioned only in the literature. It said these extra cards were based on lost Hebrew vowels and denote an otherworldly, transcendental existence, i.e. God. These books look like real mind benders. I think I'll leave them alone for now. I appreciate that, Pixel Pixie. I tried to not involve too much outside knowledge if the game doesn't want you to. Ever since that part in Resident Evil 0 where I got stuck on the chess puzzle because the chess puzzle requires you to make an illegal move in chess. So because I knew how chess worked, it made the puzzle like unsolvable for me because I thought, well, there's no way they want you to move the chess piece in a way that you can't in real chess, right? That's why you gotta just not involve that outside knowledge. Silent Hill's Ancient Gods. A study of their etymology and evolution. What a mouthful. Hello, wife. What's this? Some kind of pasta? Meatball? Let's go. Thank you. Dropkick, you have to move a king through check. So it's not like you're actually playing a game, it's just like a chessboard on a table, but you have to move a king through check. And obviously you can't do that. Who the fuck? That was my wife. She brought me food. There's no religion that has remained unchanged from the moment it was founded, and this one is no exception. When this religion fell into the hands of immigrants, it was deeply influenced by their own original Christian beliefs. For example, the traditional representatives of these primal gods may be given names and descriptions of Christian angels. Thus shared characteristics began to appear. There's also one rare example of the chief deity, creator of paradise or lord of serpents and reeds, being dubbed with a demon's name. Of course, this was not done by believers, but by their opponents. I got the Moon Tarot card. Well, that one's a real tarot card, at least.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do
This is
your
really
own
hot.
dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Huh. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out.
I'm
You
laughing at
feel
Brent Bust's
excited when you
message.
step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Oh, don't worry. It's just a joke.
That's such a fucked up thing to say. They look
By
like
the way,
monsters to
I
you?
forgot to ask you. Did you get the seal of Metatron?
I did.
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
Ooh, is those spicy Italian sausage meatballs? Something like that. That was really tasty. I started cracking up to the cutscene at Brett calling the Otacon from Metal Gear Solid Shotokan. It's like the guy from Metal Gear Solid. What's his name? Shotokan? Something like that. Cause he's like an anime nerd or something. You know, it's something like that. He's just fucking with, he says, I'm just fucking with you, after you're like, Whew. All these doors are locked. Elevator downtime. No, 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 no. Whew. Brucker House, how it works on normal mode is that you can't walk off, but if you take a hit from an enemy during that like, whoa animation, you fall and instantly die. On hard mode, you can just fall off. But on this mode, something has to knock you off. But that guy was right there, which is why I was like, no, 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 no. Yeah, this is very near the end of the game. Yes, this is the last area of the game. Thank you, Brucker House-sama. All these bodies on the floor wrapped in plastic. What a nightmare. I'm just glad they don't seem to be able to get up anytime soon. Ooh, shotgun shells. Foggers. Nothing important, really. I haven't looked too closely, though. I don't think I want to. I didn't point it out because it was one we had Muse on, but one of my favorite pieces of my favorite Heatherism in the game is she says something along the lines of like, "There's like a dead body hanging here from the wall." I really try not to touch stuff like this. I am going to play Silent Hill 4 after this, Echo. There's a door open. Inside, there's someone wrapped in a bag. Maybe... No. They're definitely dead. I got the Hanged Man Tarot card. The Hanged Man Tarot card is a bad card. The Hanged Man implies, like, meaningless suffering. It is. Most people that look at the tarot cards and they think, oh, death. That must be the worst card. No, it's the Hanged Man is like the worst card to say. Or one of the worst cards. There's some other ones. Hangman Reversed is a... Yeah, if you do your readings with reverse cards, it's a good card, totally. The musty diary on the bed. Yes, well, Brucker House, the Hung Man is a good card. The Hanged Man is a bad card. Very different meanings between those two. This writing. Is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? I sometimes have the sense even now that this girl's a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now Cheryl is Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But the name was a mistake. At the time, I only thought of her replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. Yes, this is the Heather from Heather After Killing God, Heather enjoying her blonde hair. Yes. From the meme. Nothing ever happens when I try to turn on the TV or the VCR. None of the books catch my eye. Yeah. Ah! There's so many of those things now. There's emissaries everywhere. You gotta cross through the second to last door. What's this one? Oh, I hate you, extremely loud monster. Why are you so loud? Go, go, go. Oh, that was a close one. The textures are great. On this dead, we had Muse who does like research and documentaries on the Silent Hill development. And he was telling us that they developed like a new kind of like they made their own model, or not their own model, their own engine for the Silent Hill 2. And they developed this like special kind of textures that lets you put textures onto other textures. And it's like how they achieved these such gross effects. And especially the ones that move around and stuff. Yeah, check it out in the VOD. It was really cool. I definitely would like to have them again. Whoa, look at that. Footprints on the ground. He was a great guest, wasn't he? I would really love to have him on again. I have the shotgun, Brucker House. But also, there is a... We'll see if it comes to it, but there is a... work smarter, not harder way to beat the last boss of this, so we choose. Oh, look, there's that guy again. Oh, shit, look at this. God, the visuals of this game are so striking. Look at this. The legs hanging down. This game has immaculate vibes. This is a good enemy, isn't it? This guy is designed by Masahiro Ito, who is most famous for designing Pyramid Head. He was the lead director on this one, so he didn't design all the monsters, or lead art director. So he didn't design all the monsters by himself in this one, like he did in the first game. But this one he did himself. Yeah, what Kotoria's saying in the chat, there's actually a rare cutscene you can get where you see Valtiel, like, drag your body away. In the hospital. Oh, man, this is the room. This is the room where Alessa was, like, treated with the... where she had, like, the wounds but couldn't die. We see this happen in the first game. Something stuck in this book. The Fool Tarot card. This book. I feel like I've read it, but at the same time, I don't want to. Agliophotis. Red liquid, or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from an herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It's said to grow in Arabian deserts. It may be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It is powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. You may remember that stuff as the red goo that we threw at everybody to make the demons go out of their body. We used it on Sybil specifically to make the demon go out of her body in Silent Hill 1. It was a red fluid we picked up off the ground in the hospital. Picture of me when I was 7. I look bored and sad. Well, of course I do. I was always like that back then. Ah, depressed queen. 2 ampules. There's a picture here, but it's not my style at all. Yeah, exactly. Just I was about to say the same thing. Well, the first time you were 7. You were 7 twice. Stay away from the closers. Moonbeam with a follow. Thank you so much, Moonbeam. Ah, this room. Slots for 9 tarot cards, which we certainly don't have 9 of these. We have 4. scribbling on the floor here is Alessa's. For some reason, she always drew monsters like this when she was alone. She used to draw with Claudia, too. A nice daddy and mommy and a fun school. A happy world where everyone smiled and laughed all day long. In short, everything we never had. Oh, another note from Harry. A memo book. Something's written here. She's just beyond this door. I don't know how, but I can sense it. But she's not the only one there. I sense the presence of something. Something extremely dangerous, even sickening. Or maybe what they call God. Nevertheless, I will open the door. Enough of this idle chit-chat. God, I'm not. But I fully intend to save her. No. Them. Last entry was written some 17 years ago. Looks like Dad wrote this too. Drawing block. This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. The front cover is a picture of Dad. Really awful work. You see the same goofy picture in Silent Hill 1. What's this doing here? The door sure does rattle, but it's stuck tight. A secret is hidden out of your sight. You may be thinking, what could it be? You'll need 5 magic cards if you want to see. What to do then? With all these, I'll tell you straight and I won't tease. Just as long as you say please. Now the first thing you must know, there's something in each row. But that's not the half of it. 3 would be too hard to fit. The upside down man under the ground. To his right and his left, there's no one around. Leave him alone though, his tears are profound. The moon is up above the sky, fuller crescent floating high. Twinkling light sits like a crown on the head of a crazy clown. Your Excellency, praying to God Most High. Do you think you can tell me why you always look up at the night sky? Do you have it now? You didn't forget? One major point you must not omit. And now at the last, before you take a whack, here's one more hint to keep you on track. Scary and hateful, that thing in the night. Better be careful. It's not on your right. Turn to the left, and you'll keep it in sight. So you'll open the door. I'm just sure that... So you'll open the door. I'm just sure that there'll be nothing beyond it but frightening peril. Forget about that. Just stay and play. Or else I'll be left here alone all day. Seems fine, you know. We have 4 cards. Let's at least put some of these cards where they go until we get the last card. Full use. Oh, cool. Got it. Lets me apply them all at once. Thank God. I was hoping it was going to make me do them all one by one. We're still missing a card, but we can put some of these where they go. I think he goes here. Based on what they said. What are we missing, though? Alright, well, we're a card short. We gotta go find it. Oh, who just followed? Sorry, I was reading poetry. Polypansexual mess. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you. My clothes from when I was 7, they don't fit me now. Good thing, too. Average berry. Yeah, right. I wonder what we do with this weird key. I don't, like, see a bunch of doors we missed. Brass key. This was the model for my old room key. Huh. Okay. Where do I take it, though? Well, at any rate, we'll head back to... We'll just start checking rooms and head back to that big pit or whatever. See if we can find something around there. No. We press on before... Oh my god, it's the sound again! I'm sorry, I got scared. This sound is scary to me. I don't know. I'm not very brave. There we go. We made it. We made it. I'm supposed to go to a Renaissance fair this weekend. Has anyone ever been to one? They seem fun to me, but I've never gone. Oh, I think I might see it. It's like right in the beginning crayon part. Lay down your weapon. Your brother got married at one? It was super fun. It sounds fun. Yeah, I had talked about this earlier, but since, you know, Tess and I both work on... Tess and I, you know, my co-host Tess and I are you know, dating. And we have been since before she worked on the stream. And, you know, it's fun. I love working with her, but we don't get to see each other as much as we used to, you know? And so we decided that Tess is gonna take this Sunday off and we're gonna take a date to the Renaissance Fair. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do about this? Ah! Yes, walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away. There we go. Ah, gosh. I'm not so crazy about these cancers. Cool room effect. I wish I could... Whoa! This is sick. Look at this, like, fire effect everywhere. So I think it's this door. Yes. I think I'll bite a meatball. I'll be right... Not right back is the wrong word, because you're going to see me do it. I will return to gaming in one moment. I can't open the locker door. I don't like that we have like almost no healing items left. Not a fan. Go home, drop dead, thief. This used to be Alessa's. I mean, this was my desk. Once upon a time. You may remember this From Silent Hill 1. Todd, we're gonna probably beat this today, yeah. I might have to run a little bit late, but I think we're gonna beat this tonight. In fact, I should probably let everyone know that. Let everyone know. A moment. I'm just letting everyone know we're finishing tonight. Alright. Back on the horse. I love this drawing. Wolf. This is a picture of a wolf. It looks like a dog, but it says wolf and everything, so... You see that on the wall in the first game, you can't interact with it. I like that they have Heather be able to comment on it. Can I not get over into that corner anymore? Yeah, it looks like it. Alright. There's a ratty old notebook on the podium. Oh, and there's a letter stuck in here, too. Let's see. There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory is any good, you may remember her. She's the one I said they called a witch. Most likely, her mother is abusing her. I've never seen her coming without some sort of scrape or bruise, and her expression is pitifully dark for a 6-year-old. Something like this may not be so uncommon. Rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best to just watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? I've considered consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. That's why I thought I'd ask you first. Okay, Kim Gordon. Yeah, we're killing God. Welcome, Walter. There are a bunch of books here. Nothing particularly interesting. What are these? Letters? No, maybe a bunch of suggestions? People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. I've also heard rumor that Father Vincent has been extorting donations from some followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. Even though we believe in God, if there was some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but for the depth of our faith? LS. Good night, Jis. Thanks for hanging out. Tape deck here. It looks perfectly usable. I got a first aid kit. Oh, thank God. Need more of those. I still got Daggeth Wave stuck in my head from yesterday. Put down your weapons. Is it not too late for my mercy? Oh wait, you're right. I do have a cassette tape. Good point. I forgot all about that. You're right. Thank you, Just. This is why we love good crowd interaction. You guys help me out.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago? You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening. But God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly. And so, she has slumbered ever since in the womb of the Holy Mother until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh?
It's not great because we're the Holy
Well,
Mother.
Thanks.
Father Vincent, I heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Yeah, I agree, Quatoria, that LS is most likely Leonard. Good night, Gist. Thanks for hanging out. One of my few complaints about this game, as much as I like it, is a lot of the time Heather examines something for the first time. She has, like, additional dialogue. But if you click to move, it X's out of it. And then you can't check it again to see the dialogue. So I keep being like, read a thing and be like, I'm done here. And I go to turn and then I miss the second dialogue. No. Very minor complaint. But a little bit strange how they did it like that. It's just a candle. It is interesting how Heather doesn't yeah, she refuses to examine any of the dead bodies or even think about them. Is interesting. There's our last card. There's an old birthday card on the desk. So she was still hanging on to this. Happy birthday. To little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. I love you as though you were my real sister. Here's to you. I assume that was from Alessa. The name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. Looks like this is her diary. Oh, we're gonna read Claudia's diary? November 10th. She didn't die then. She was born. I knew that for a fact. Then why haven't I found her yet? They were supposed to need her powers to build paradise for the happiness of the people. She's supposed to be reborn for all that. I would really like to see her. November 14th. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. I found what I've been searching for in there. How to awaken God. But it's much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? November 16th. I was free all day, so I read A Modern History of Refugees and Young Slaves, Child Exploitation. I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's what's hard. Barry, you mentioned spaghetti earlier. You're back with a bowl of spaghetti. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I have a bowl of pasta right here. I'm taking little nips out of it while we stream. I kind of usually I skip dinner because we're streaming, and I either I chug like an inshore before we start, or I eat a little bit afterward. But recently, recently my wife has been bringing me food during the stream. It's so nice. Alright, fuck you, man. I don't want to waste ammo on you is the thing. But if that's what I have to do... Go! Come on! Why is your hitbox so wide? You're not that wide. You're not actually taking up the whole hallway. There we go. Go, 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 go. Go. That's my health. Not great, but not terrible. I'm not body shaming. I'm hitbox shaming. His body is fine, but his hitbox is too wide. It's wider than his body. That's just wrong. Man, this is annoying. Alright. That takes care of one of them. I assume I don't have any more ammo for this thing. No, I didn't think so. Ugh! Almost dead. Yeah, clearly they were bouncers in a former life, yeah. There we go. Whew. Barry has never been mad. Yeah, RV, I talked about it before. This was before you were on the stream. This was like early in my streaming career I played this. And as much as I love this game, I do get mad at it sometimes, and it is the only game I've ever gotten so mad that I yelled at one of my mods. I felt really bad. It's like, I'm sorry. It's gotta be like... Now that I know how to fight everything, it's not so bad, but I got so mad the first time I encountered the slurpers and didn't realize you could lure them away. They do not mod anymore, but they didn't leave because of that. They left later. We made up. Forging onward. Go, go, go. Go. Run, 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 run. Don't fight anything. No need, no need, no need. Just go. We're low in ammo. We're low in healing items. Weapon. It is not too late for my mercy. Come and look upon the heart. Upon the heart. I'm going to assume it's probably an X shape just because that would probably look the nicest. Is that right? No. Huh. Here, maybe? Hmm. Let's try. There. Yeah, exactly. If only Heather could go to the Trapper Zone, we'd be able to heal ourselves. She could really bear to do more Pargons, in my opinion. Cool. They said that the moon was on the head of a clown. I'm gonna guess there. Maybe this goes, and then this goes at the other top. It's unlocked! Yes! Alright. Alright, let's do it. I am healed. I will put on my bulletproof vest. Equip my katana. Let's do this. Hello, MK. You're here in time for the last boss. The music here is like very Puppet Combo. Or I guess Puppet Combo's music is very this, really. But the like, the loud synthesizer oscillating sound reminds me of Nun Massacre. Save right. Oh, I can't save in this room. Okay.
What do I want?
Let's do it.
Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
Then you kill me? Well. Well. The guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God.
Damn, Vincent's spitting.
The time has come. You can kill her now.
you'll go to hell! What are
What?
Nothing important.
Otacon!
Going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alyssa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a god born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
He served a weird guy.
So cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alyssa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell?
Using the last of his energy to caddy one last time.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alyssa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alyssa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day.
It's giving her eczema and a tummy ache.
Alyssa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
There's only one thing left to do. Dad gave me this pendant on my birthday. It's one of my treasured belongings. There's a red jewel inside. Like a little red tablet. When I asked Dad what it was, he said just a lucky charm. But then he told me to take good care of it and never take it off. I wonder why I feel sick inside when I look at it. Time to have an abortion, baby. This is the same as the red juice we used to save Sybil in the first game.
What are you doing?
The herb that sends away evil spirits.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow?
Just like Sybil.
What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it.
I love her.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
Oh, she's... Oh my god!
Alessa, you cannot kill God. I will burn God. If you can't do it, Alessa, I will.
Claudia!
Bare feet. Three sub. All right. Time to climb into the womb.
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
Let's throw down, big man. Oof. Hold on, is the collision sting still in this game? Let me see something. Oh, it is! There is a very narrow space. If God has trouble hitting you, you can use it to help dodge attacks. Ah. It's like right here, I think? Swing at me. I'm testing. Oh, that's not it. Alright, we'll figure it out later. Oh, man. This is not a good monster. This is dangerous. Alright. He's down. Shotgun. Do I have shotgun shells? Yes, I do. We love to have shotgun shells. I don't have very much in the way of healing, though. His shoulder, actually? Where's my sword? It's the most effective thing I have for close range combat. I guess actually shotguns were effective until I run out. But ah, shit. There's like a space where her collision isn't right. Is it the crease of the arm? Is that it? Okay, that's fine. We'll try to fight it normal. Those fire attacks are just, I find them incredibly difficult to dodge. Ugh. Ah, there I go. Damn it. Ugh. All right, continue it is. Bad memories of dodging that fire on Extreme for an hour. Yeah, it is. The dodging that fire is not easy, in my opinion. How much ammo do we have? That's good to know. Very little shotgun ammo. Okay, so we want to stand back on the handgun until it comes down, and then we use shotgun. There we go. So like right now. I can't remember. Back to full. We soldier on. We have killed God before. And we will kill her again. Load, load, whip. Ah. Shotgun can't hit it when it's there. Damn, okay. Alright, our first dodged fire. Bit by bit, I will master this thing. God does have a bone bra, yes. I think it's supposed to have musculature. That's what that's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like pectoral muscles. Maybe I need to take off the bulletproof vest so I can move fast enough for this fight. Let's try that. Right. Yeah, I love that we're stripping off our vest to fight God mano-y-mano. It's me, a 16-year-old, or I guess like, what's she, a 17-year-old girl. This is fine. I can fight God. Oh, come on, man. It's fine, we're not done yet. Get me back in there. Put me back in, coach. That's right, I'm back again, God. It's me again. Did you miss me? Heal after that one, that's for sure. Ah. There we go. Welcome back, Rossellini. This is the final boss. There is indeed a sidestep. It is not very fast, though. It is this. Woo! Dodged! Look, I don't have time to fight God all day. I've got some enjoying my blonde hair to do. You just whacked it with the katana until it died. How did you avoid its fire? Oh my god! Alright, put me back in, coach. We're not done yet. We cheesed him last time we did this fight. Or her last time. There's a way you could stand in a certain area where that melee attack can't hit you, and the fire, like, nothing can hit you. It could be, like, right here, though. I don't know exactly the spot, unfortunately. Left side is the safer side. Swing at me. I'm gonna test this. Ah, I wasn't in the spot. All right. That's fine. Put me back in, coach. Get me back in there, coach. Let's do it again. I didn't hear no bell. Fuck. Ah, god damn it! For some reason, they mapped use item to clicking the left stick. So, I'm trying to run, I accidentally clicked the left stick and it stopped me. But now it won't do it because I just equipped the item. So that's better. Back up, back up. Ah! That's okay. I was doing better that time I did last time. Put me back in, coach. Strafing from the fire? How close are they? Are they close to her or far away from her? I need more info. This is the regular combat difficulty. I genuinely believe that this is maybe the hardest boss fight in any tank control horror game I've ever played. I want to hit her with the maul. I don't think it'll be the right idea. I just think it'll feel good. You have a head attack? Bonk? Boink? My god, I love that animation so much. I can watch that all day. It is truly the Dark Souls of survival horror games. Genuinely, though, I think this is like the hardest tank control boss I've ever faced. I felt that same way the first time I did it. Ah! It's not coming down so I can hit it. Where's my handgun? There we go. It's bonking time. Red status, thank you. Reload. Get her. Not gonna make it easy on us, eh, God? It's fine. I suppose if I were you, I wouldn't either. Woo! I love to get rewarded. Okay. You can do a running strafe? I haven't been using strafes because I didn't think you... Oh, you can run during them. Wow, okay. These inputs are going to be crazy then, but okay. Alright, let's try that next time. This game is, like, not really made for you to do running strafe. Very, like... You can do it! It's an input, but it is mapped super weird. But we got this. I wouldn't have been called to this fight if it wasn't for me to do. But now I will bonk you with the maul because I think it's funny. And then we'll start doing it the right way. Alright. Yeah, this is truly you need octopus hands to do the inputs the way they really want you to do them. Wait, isn't that the run button? Why is... Oh, is it because I have the vest on? Oh my god. I have to remember to take the vest off every single try. Dodged her. There we go. That's what we like to see. Okay. Okay. Reload. All right. Send me your energy. Break out your stupidest emotes, please. God knows I need it. It's so funny that at no other point in this game was it necessary for me to do this strafing, and now it's like the most necessary thing in the world. I'm gonna try to get shotgun shotted. Does anyone know, does the silencer make your gun do more damage? Or, like, what does the silencer even do in this game? I have the silencer, but it's not on my pistol. This is what we call pro gaming. You know what's the most fucked part about this? These shoulder buttons to make me strafe are inverted. The left one makes you strafe right and vice versa. Man, imagine being God and a teen girl with a gun just sort of beating your ass. Ah, I couldn't run in time. The shotgun animation was a little too long. Alright. That's okay. We take our lumps and we soldier on. Oh, no. Alright. Let's do this. Now the gun ammo. Come down and see me. Fuck. Woo! Never punished. Yes. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Run! Ah! Strafe! Ah. Whoa! 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 Why did you turn around like that? Okay. Come down. Heal? Sure, my last heal. Let's go! Woohoo! Wow! I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do that. Let's go! Man. God.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits.
Dad. Yeah, this is the final cutscene, Thrasher. You've come just in time.
still alive.
Heather.
Just a joke.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did you...
You don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
Want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
Enjoying her blonde hair. Stand up sounds nice. Good stretch.
Spoke of tortured souls, so outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in.
God, what a good game. I'm gonna wait to see the credits because there might be a post-credit scene.
That takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. When he shouts at the moon, she's gone.
David Bowie ass track is right, yeah.
And fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. So outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have.
God, all-time banger.
He refused to give in.
Masahiro Ito. Monster design and modeling. The GOAT.
That takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. When he shouts at the moon, she's gone. And fear has overcome.
Extremely David Bowie.
He was walking alone. 420 dead birds, they bleed upon the nest. There was no time for reasons. They had no sign of the threat. Now it's too late for me. This town will
Banger.
eventually take
Absolute banger. Silent Hill would have The Passenger. Silent Hill would end with David Bowie's hit song, The Laughing Gnome.
This town will win. Through this fog they came along. Dark pages seemed terrible song.
Have any of you ever heard the, like, before David Bowie became cool in the 70s music he did? Before he was cool, he did, like, British folk music. And it sucks.
Stories from him. I heard him say, we blame bad luck for his fate. Only I felt terror so great.
It's not... Sucks is the wrong word, but I do not care for it. There's a part that has clapping in the beginning of it, and the clapping is even in time. I'm glad you like it, March, this song. Yeah, it's on Spotify. Uncle Arthur is probably the song I think of when I think of that era of Bowie. This game turns 20 years old next year. Five-star ranking, let's go. 6-hour clear time, Split Worm in 1 minute, Missionary in 2 minutes, Leonard in 3 minutes, Memory of Alessa in 5 minutes, 50 seconds, We Killed God in under 5 minutes, clear number 2, Save and Continues 48, item number 118, defeated enemy by shooting 12, defeated enemy by fighting 45, way less enemies killed in this one than our last run is James. About 2,000 total damage. Normal ending. Beautiful. We have fulfilled the conditions for the hidden weapon flamethrower. I suppose I'll save. And we beat our old time by almost 20 minutes. Hell yes. Alright, let's find somebody to raid into, everyone. Thank you all so much. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be playing Silent Hill 4 because why not, right? I think we have to. Let's find someone to raid into.
The moon and star come to me through fire and war.
All right. You guys all have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks so much. Have a beautiful